February 8th, 2024 meeting for the Apex Planning Board to order. Please bow your head for the invocation. Father God, thank you for the opportunity to come together as a town, as a planning board. Give us the guidance necessary to bring Apex where it should be. Help us to have the wisdom and the patience to make the right decisions for the town of Apex. In your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen. Amen. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Diane, do we have any items of information?
No, we do not. Thank you.
We do not. All right. Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about public comment. The purpose of public comment is to allow the public to speak on items that do not appear in this agenda under public hearings. Any member of the public wishing to speak on public hearing items will be called at the appropriate time later in this agenda. If you've not done so already, please sign in on my right, your left, under the appropriate item. Public comment period is an opportunity for the public to express concerns or opinions, but is not intended to be a question and answer session. During public comment, the public may comment on any non-public hearing item included under new business items that appear in this agenda. Comments from the public on new business items will not be taken later in the agenda, so if you wish to speak on new business items, public comment is the place to do so. All comments must be limited to 3 minutes. When the 3 minutes is up, you will be notified. If there's a larger group of you on a particular item, I'm going to ask that one person in particular speak on your behalf, and the group be limited to 9 minutes. If you are speaking, I ask that you are not repetitive. With that, I know I have one member, Mr. Cripper, who's going to come up and speak on a non-agenda item.
Yes, hello. Dean Krupa, 2001 Simcoe Court.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I know there's a lot of development projects on the agenda this evening, and I would like to speak about citizens that cannot be here today, namely trees. And trees are going to be heavily impacted by the projects coming through here. There's a lot of us in the community who are upset about all the development and the trees going down in mass. I'm working with a group called the Peak Keepers, who are trying to organize and get educated and become involved in this process, the political process, community forums like this. We feel there's a lot more that can be done. So we have some central questions that we're grappling over, and we've attended forums like this and talked to council and other experienced experts in the community. We wanted to ensure that there's best practices being applied in terms of demolition, design, building techniques. We would like to see those, utilized to protect trees. We want to ensure that ordinances are being met, the RCA agreements are being met after development is complete. Like, what is the process to inspect these developments to ensure that the trees are being considered? And then what efforts are being done to replant trees? How do we improve that in that area? There was a tree canopy study done last year. Apex was #1 for tree loss in Wake County. That was disturbing to read that. I understand there was a lot of development taking place over the last decade or so, but the trend continues. So how do we utilize that study to make improvements? And the community wants to be involved. The community is upset, and they want to make a difference in this cause. So how do we work together to get them more involved, educated? How do we open dialogue? Because it starts with a conversation, and I think that the community they're stuck on social media. They're not feel like they're involved. I attended my first tree cap meeting last week. It was very educational. I think that group is trying to do a great job in education and policy and just awareness. There was also a gentleman there from a group called the Trees for the Triangle, who is interested in they're trying to plant trees for the Cary area. So they're trying to partner with us and see how we can apply that to Apex. So with all the time reserved for development projects like today, where is the conversation around trees? So we would like to see more conversation and more partnership with the community in 2024. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corper.
Mr. Corper? I'm sorry, I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly.
That's right.
Please reach out to me. I'm at tina.sherman@apexnc.org.
Okay.
I believe it's on the website, but if not, reach out to All Planning and you can find me. I'd be very interested in working with you, and also just ensuring that you've connected with staff if you haven't already. And obviously this is one important committee, but the other committees that exist, and just make sure you're getting the information that you need so that you can continue the work that you're trying to do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move on to consent item number 1, the minutes from the December 11th, 2023 regular meeting. I take it all the members have reviewed those minutes. Any changes?
Reggie, we have another
Nope.
public hearing.
We have another public hearing?
Yeah, there was another sheet that a couple of us signed up on. My apologies. Didn't know there was more than one.
All right, let's see. Elizabeth Stitt. Not sure if I pronounced that right.
You did, thank you.
Elizabeth Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road. So I can't always make it here on Monday nights because getting out of work is challenging some days. But I live on Friendship Road, which you may know is approximately a 4-mile road that runs between Old US 1 to New Hill Holloman Road. And it crosses over Apex ETJ, then it becomes Wake County jurisdiction, then it becomes Town of Holly Springs jurisdiction as of November, and then the last section of it goes back to Wake County. So we have a lot of unique issues because of the overlapping jurisdictions, even when it comes to planning, fire, police, you name it, because we got multi jurisdictions. And there's not enough of us in each little section really to carry enough weight on our own, so we have been partnering together. So we have been attending Holly Springs Town Council meetings because of the development that's happening on the Holly Springs side of US 1. And if you're not aware of what's happening over there, they have rezoned about 600-700 acres to high density residential, unlimited commercial, manufacturing, and industrial. So we are getting squeezed big time from the development on that side. But likewise, we have a lot of development out our way on the Friendship side. So one of the things that came up in working with Holly Springs and looking back at the development in Apex is the transportation studies usually do not cover each other's development projects. And when Friendship Road from the Apex side to the Holly Springs side is only 1 mile, the projects really do overlap. And when I did the Fix Friendship Road petition and stood at the end of my driveway, I am on the east side, so the traffic that comes from Holly Springs to Apex comes in front of my driveway and regularly blocks my driveway. So my ask is, when you start looking at projects where they are close and nearby the Friendship area, is to make sure those TIAs are including the information about what's happening on the Holly Springs side. We're also really concerned about this fee in lieu for parks, because that is putting more traffic on the road. And as you know, we have Pleasant Park out our way. The traffic has just been unimaginable because the success of the park has been huge, but the traffic goes all day long on the weekends, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if you haven't had the opportunity to go to the park on a Saturday and just watch it for a few minutes, you really should do that. It is an experience. And because the signage is not great, the neighbors have created their own signage to kind of help people understand where to turn for the park. It's a flashing little sign with an arrow that says park that way, because the neighbors kept getting people driving down their driveways down Pleasant Plains because the signage was so bad. So the other thing I'm concerned about is, let's see, my light's blinking here, so I know I gotta wrap up. The fee in lieu puts more traffic, but also our traffic studies don't include the number of parents that have to drive their kids to school because they are going to schools, and they can't go to schools in their areas because it's capped. So to help reduce the congestion in our area, please be mindful of that when you look at developments in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stith. All right, lastly, we have Ms. Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. This is my first time speaking in front of the planning board. I really appreciate the opportunity tonight to do that. So the mission of the planning board, for those of you that are not aware of it in the audience here, is to establish and implement the community's vision for growth and development through collaborative and transparent processes. So tonight I'd like to put in a request. And this is a request, so I am on Bosco Road. We are impacted by the study area that has been looked at for the Western Big Branch Force Main. The study that has been done by Jenna started this year. The project was actually started in 2021. So what I'm asking tonight is a restart of that entire study. And the reason is because it was all-inclusive to people outside of the community. And that's not collaborative and that's not transparent when you're inviting everybody that's not impacted. So there were notifications to neighbors, but last year, but that doesn't meet the definition of collaborative. Again, 2023 versus 2021 starting the project. We value input, we have a valuable input as well on different options and ways to do things. And we would like that heard. The study area should really be closed, is what I'm requesting, to only the residents that are there and impacted. The way the open houses were set up were very structured and gave the impression of a casual environment. This is a serious eminent domain issue. Real homes involved, real trees involved, impacting all our taxpayers from Wake County, some elderly, some disabled, members of our community, and we should be treated with respect. A new collaborative working session with the planning board would be the only fair and balanced approach. It seems the open houses were also designed to come to a specific conclusion and to sign off on all the development, because that was the only posters available. So I'd like to see pictures of those. I've asked for them before, pictures of those open houses, to see what we actually did. But again, it's cross-pollinated with people that have nothing to do with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gazzarino. All right. I'm now going to move on to the consent item 1, which is the minutes from the December 11th, 2023 regular meeting. I believe members of the board have reviewed the minutes. Any changes, edits, or motions to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes.
I have a motion from Sarah, from Alyssa. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second
Sarah
from
will
Sarah. All right, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing? All right, the minutes pass unanimously. All right. We're going to move now to the public hearing section. And again, if you've not already done so, you'll be signing in on my right, your left. Persons wishing to speak during public hearing items must sign up. And I'm going to ask that the comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there's a group of you going to speak, you can have one member speak, not be repetitive, and that time will be limited to 9 minutes. Item 1, Shannon's going to talk to us about a long-range plan, public hearing for the 2045 land use map.
Yep, good afternoon. The first public hearing is for proposed amendments to the 2045 land use map in the vicinity of the Little Beaver Creek Conservation Easement. There we go. The conservation easement is this area shown in dark green and designated as protected open space on the land use map, lying between Hume Olive Road and Old US 1 Highway. The amendments are intended to reflect anticipated change in status of lands within and adjacent to the conservation easement. The first amendment is to show this area outlined in black as medium density residential, consistent with the surrounding land use map designation. This is where the future Richardson Road corridor would extend per our adopted transportation plan. The second amendment is to show this area outlined in black on the western edge of the conservation easement as additional protected open space, changing the designation from medium density residential. I want to be clear that the amendments are not a request for a land swap. That process has been occurring through an interagency review team working with the Department of Environmental Quality, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Fish and Wildlife Service. Their approval for release of the area needed for the Richardson Road corridor was contingent upon multiple commitments, including this additional land on the western edge of the conservation easement. That property transfer is likely to close within the next month or two, and so that prompted us making sure that our land use map reflects that change. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions for Shannon?
Thank you.
All right. And keep me honest here. I need to have public comment for those. Is that right?
Yeah, this is a public hearing.
Wait. I'm going to open the public comment section of this 2045 land use map. Mr. Kukler. Kurt Kukler? Did I pronounce that right?
Pretty close.
Not bad. Better than most. Good afternoon. Thanks for the time. It looks like you're going to have quite a fun afternoon here. I signed up for the 2045 proposed changes because it's near and dear to my heart. One question I have right off the bat is it says we're going to change from protected open space. What exactly does protected mean? To me, that means it's being protected from future development. And yet now you want to change it into development. I don't know where the definition of protected comes from. So think about that. The other thing is more general. My belief, maybe not correctly, but the reason y'all are sitting here and you listen to everybody and you see things from staff and they want to make changes and developers want to make changes. Well, the reason you're here is to look out for the best interest of the residents of Apex. Fair assumption? I may be wrong. Maybe you have other agendas. But when you look at these items, who's benefiting? A bunch of people here are going to tell you that it doesn't benefit them. There's a couple people over here that says it's going to benefit them. The difference is one's developer, the other are the residents. If you look at something and you side and make changes for the benefit of the developer, you haven't benefited the residents of Apex. Please think about that. Thank you.
Sir? Badi Rahal.
Thank you for letting me be here. It's my first time here. Thanks, everyone. I'm a resident at 3000 Old US 1, also the owner of 0 Hensley Road. I've lived in Apex actually for 4 years prior to that, and I just moved 3 miles further down. To add to the point I just made, if it's a protected area, why is it protected area? Okay, so I'm gonna go up front to say you should deny that motion, totally kill that idea. Being protected is there for a reason. Once you do that, now you're opening up the expansion of Richardson Road. And the question is, who are you benefiting? I've been living in my address for 3 years. No one knocked on my door. Okay, no one stopped by. No one came in to ask, hey, let us tell you what we're doing here. You are a planning committee. You want to plan? We love it. Absolutely, you should plan for the future. But before you make final decisions, come and talk to the people that are affected by the area. Once you make that available to someone to come in and construct or do something, the entire Hensley Road, which relies on the Hensley family, and we got a couple of people here from the Hensley family with us, there's going to be 6 houses from the Hensley family that will be gone by the Richardson Road expansion. Okay, I got to have a barn that's built in 1910, and I take pride of it. It's made from cedar trees. And I say the reason it's been standing there because it's built well. But when you do something like that to open the road, to wipe out an entire 10 or 12 houses, where you could have easily moved the road a few hundred yards left or right to a green, undeveloped land, are you making the right decision? Let me ask you that. And whose benefit are you making the right decision for? There is a proposed development, medium density, right next door for about 70 homes. So you're going to take 10 families, tell them, please move somewhere else, or maybe let us pay you some money to move somewhere else. And now let us build 70 houses here. For whose purpose is that? Who's going to benefit from that? Let me tell you what's happened. I did apply for the city council. I did apply for the city council seat in Apex to make a point because I got rejected right away. Nope, you don't live in Apex, you're not allowed to do that. But yet, Apex has the right to come to New Hill and tell us what we do, what to do without talking to us? Just think about that. I don't have the right to come in and be part of you sitting here planning because I'm not in Apex, that you have the right to come to New Hill without talking to us? By profession, by the way, I'm an investigator, and I tell people the following. If you don't talk to the people involved in the development directly, these are the people that are involved in it directly. If you don't talk to them directly, you are not going to get what you want because we're going to hinder your process. But if you talk to us and tell us your objective, why do you need another road? Let me tell you why you need another road. If you talk to us directly, We'll help you. We'll help you. The only people that's benefiting from that is the people that's gonna pass by.
Thank you, Mr. Rahm.
Thank you.
Ms. Stitt.
Elizabeth Raisted, 3113 Friendship Road. I'd like to take it a step further. If this is a long-range plan, why is this something that has to be done today? Should you not have a packet of information? Should you not be able to have a list of questions? But instead, the presentation that was given and presented was, hey, here's something we're looking to do. And the process to change a conservation easement is long and difficult and does require state approval. Would you consider asking a question about that? The town has been working on this without our knowledge since 2016. I'm told that it's actually been happening before then. I happen to be related to Elizabeth Olive, who put that conservation easement in place. I live within walking distance of that conservation easement. There has been multiple opportunities since 2002 to slightly shift the road to where it doesn't have to go through the easement, doesn't have to go through Hensley Road. When we talked with Campo a year ago, they said, oh, they showed us 3 different potential designs of how Richardson Road can come and meet Old US 1, 3 designs. When we've had conversations with the town at the open houses and separate, we've said, you know, what are the plans? And everybody was like, don't worry about it. It's not going to be anything that happens anytime soon. But here we are with the full disclosure that this change to this easement may be approved by the state in 1 or 2 months. Is that not deserving of a number of questions? So we didn't get wind of this until, you know, the legal ad. We asked a few questions. We got some information sent to us on January 4th and January 5th. We have sent a letter of opposition to the state today because the information that was provided to us is out of date. The study that was used was 7 years ago, and you can only imagine how much development has occurred. But the real reason we're opposing is, as the previous speaker said, there's opportunity not to impact this. And we're going to have our engineers look at it. We're going to have our attorneys look at it. We have a recourse with the state to get some of these concerns addressed. But why should we be pushed in the corner of having to do that? If this has been a discussion between the town and the state since 2016, why are we just now finding out on January 4th and January 5th? It does not meet the definition of transparency. We know that development is going to happen. It's been good for many of us, okay? I like the fact that I have 540. I like the fact that I can, get to the airport in a short period of time. But I do want to see smart decisions made. And when you don't have all the stakeholders at the table, you make mistakes. And we have seen that over and over and over. And that's the only reason why we're now getting involved, is because we no longer have confidence that good decisions are being made. So I hope that after I sit down and you have the opportunities to ask some questions of Ms. Cox, please ask her some questions. This is not a minor issue. Thank you.
Ms. Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. I would just like to add that in addition to the mission that you have as the planning board, Town of Apex has a multifaceted description of their mission. A lot of them is a welcoming community, creating a sense of belonging, enhancing communications for an informed community, high-performing government, providing promoting a culture of innovation and creativity, enhancing communications, environmental leadership. You're going to hear a lot about the trees tonight. Responsible development, plan for and invest in the infrastructure, balance impacts of growth and development. And then in economic vitality. And the other things that folks didn't mention, and I'll bring to the table, is the cost of these mistakes is so much more than if there was alternative options presented. Western Brink Branch, Force Main, the $2 million has been spent already in the design. This is a project that's been in the works that the neighbors were notified in 2023. How can you explain that being collaborative and transparent in your activities as the planning board? Putting up this Richardson Road, I don't know the dollars around it. I'm going to be going to the budget meetings to look into that. But this is a conservation easement, and I also believe it is under a 100 flood year plain, according to FEMA. So this is in some of the background documents that we just kind of received a couple days ago. It's a secondary watershed, which is really important to a lot of people with wells. This is our environment, our community. We love where we live. This is not just a piece of paper being stamped and a $500 fee for a permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cosarino. I'm going to close the public hearing for item number 1, bring it back to the board for discussion and possible motion.
I have a couple of questions for Shannon. A moment. For this land swap, do you know what the difference in acreage is for the new protected area versus the old?
I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I believe the old area was around 1.9 and the new area is over 7 acres.
And question 2, for the area where future Richardson Road is going to be going through the protected or the current protected space, is there anything that is currently within that path that might be impacted, like a residence or structure?
So for the Richardson Road corridor overall, there could be impacts, as mentioned near Hensley Road. But I do want to clarify for the commenter also, the town has not programmed construction of Richardson Road through this corridor, nor has the state. So it's not a programmed project. It's, most portions of Richardson Road to date have been built with development. So, it's more than likely that development would construct remaining sections of Richardson Road, with probably the exception of the stream crossing, which we anticipate would be a bridge to minimize the footprint even through the released area. That's how we presented it to the interagency review team. I think I answered your question.
Can I just add, I do have the numbers because you had emailed them to me. The release area was 2.05 acres and the area to be added is 7.95 acres.
Thank you.
Shannon, can you elaborate on the interagency review team and what that is and what that means and what was presented?
Sure, yeah, so it is correct, the information that we shared with the commenters, that the town has been having these conversations with a long time with an interagency review team. That our connection to that review team is the Department of Environmental Quality Stewardship Program. So they guide all of our interactions. The interagency review team includes the DEQ that I just mentioned, both the stewardship program and mitigation services. the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Fish and Wildlife Services, and I believe EPA.
And it sounds like these are not, I mean, you just named the federal, the ones I recognized are all federal agencies. So is this intergovernmental agencies? I'm trying to understand, it's not Apex led?
Right, correct.
It's
So
Apex adjacent, can you elaborate on that?
So for these lands that have been dedicated to conservation easements, any change to that conservation easement has to be approved by this interagency review team of regulatory agencies. Depending on the conservation easement, different regulatory agencies may have, more to say or more opinions about it, depending on the protections. And the Department of Environmental Quality is our liaison to that team.
So do I understand, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth here, do I understand that Apex is a convener?
No, we're a requester. So we requested release of this area from the conservation easement. We had to prepare a request and were guided by the DEQ through many, many steps of providing that request. We did have to show that we investigated alternative alignments for Richardson Road, which we did. We hired a transportation engineering firm to do that. We had to show that we were minimizing the footprint to the extent feasible, which we did. You'll see that it's a more narrow corridor than a typical right-of-way for a four-lane thoroughfare. We have to pay a fee once the property is transferred, and then additional mitigation lands had to be identified.
So the town is a requester to these other intergovernmental agencies, which all sound like federal, and there's a couple
And
of
state,
state?
yeah.
Okay. The county is involved or no?
The county's not involved.
Okay, so the town is requesting. What point does the town make this request? So I'm trying to figure out where, so it's here before us tonight, where we're asked to make a decision. But I'm trying to figure out at what point in the process community members could engage during the point in time in which the town has requested.
So
or is this it?
Sure. So our first request was in 2016. I believe the next request, which was not by the town, and this is to the best of my recollection without looking at my files,
Understood.
was in 2018. We then submitted another request in 2019, met with the interagency review team for a third time in 2020. They issued a decision contingent on the mitigation, which includes this additional land, in June of 2020. It's taken that long for the land to actually be transferred. So that's really what's been happening between 2020 and today, is that transfer of property. In terms of public opportunities for input, there was a public hearing. I do have this in front of me. In 2017, a public hearing in 2020, a town council work session in 2020, and then the rezoning case that offered this mitigation land as a condition of approval was in 2021. So that summarizes the opportunities.
Thank you.
Ms. Cox?
Yep.
So it sounds like there were several different requests. Were these requests and then denials, or are these requests and then like how, you said many different dates, many different requests. Is it the same request or are they different ideas?
So there was not a clear process. I guess I'll say it that way. The process for requesting these releases was being kind of defined as we were going through it. So we made our first request and were told that the underlying property owner had to make a request, which they then did. And then it came back, the town has to make the request. So we submitted another request.
So So you said is that Miss Olive, is that what I'm hearing?
No,
Miss Olive?
it's owned by, I believe, Mayberry Investments at the
Okay, so
time.
Mayberry.
And then we, basically, they asked that we come back with something better. And so we came back with more money and additional mitigation land.
Okay. What does Mayberry get out of this?
At the time, they were requesting, I believe it was a rezoning of the Friendship Station PUD. And there were multiple rezonings in this area. And the town needed some level of certainty about the alignment of Richardson Road before development or rezoning cases could be approved in this area. So they were working to help us get certainty on the corridor that would be allowed.
And if this were to go through, you're pretty much saying we're spotting right where that road would go for the, in general, idea. This is where it would go. So they were saying there could be some changes down the road, maybe a realignment, but if it's taken since, many, many years to do this, the likelihood of there being community engagement and another realignment that possibly could be outside of the conservation is really out of question.
In my opinion, we were exhaustive in looking at all of the possibilities. All were more impactful than what we identified and recommended, which the IRT approved. And the additional mitigation land of over 7 acres that they found to have a conservation benefit was what they finally needed. So within the conservation easement, I believe our ultimate alignment will look very close to what's on our transportation plan. The CSX railroad crossing is also a fairly fixed point. So, you're really limited that there was an existing connection at Hume Olive Road, the conservation easement, and then the CSX crossing. The references to the section south of Old US 1 that would be within the Western Big Branch Area Plan Study area, and the alignment is, part of that process, looking at that, sharing it with the stakeholders who are attending those meetings and participating in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Shannon, how long has the Richardson Road alignment been shown in this basic alignment?
The basic alignment has been, I believe, on our plan since before I started in 2016, so I couldn't say exactly when. We did have some shifts as looking at this, the need to minimize impacts and cross the conservation easement at the least impactful location. So there were minor shifts, and those were some of the public hearings that I listed previously in 2020 and 2017.
Shannon, do you know the date when the easement was recorded? Because the Richardson Road went through that area before the easement was recorded by the property owner.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
But that's how long it's been. It was prior to the conservation easement being recorded.
That's right. Thanks, Diane.
Shannon, can I follow that up? I'm actually thinking it's been that long, and also impressive that I don't remember its date since COVID. So the fact that some of this happened during COVID and you knew that. Since this has gone on previously, I'm wondering, I don't know, you all sitting here know, I live and die by the land use map. I don't know when the next one is coming up, however. Diane?
Are you talking about our comprehensive plan update?
Yes.
It's budgeted for fiscal year 24-25, which starts July 1st.
425. Okay, so I am wondering if this is a matter that waits until then, given the length of time, given that we have it's been going since then. Seeing that this is a land use map that we have been operating under, well, this alignment is what we have been operating under for, it sounds like, at least the last 2 land use maps. If it comes before us in the next land use map, what is the urgency now, other than we have the IRT? And then I do have some concerns about the IRT process and the town's engagement, and therefore the community's engagement and ability to engage on that.
Yeah.
I want to flag that as something we should look into and discuss. But I'm wondering if it has been this way on the land use map for at least since the 2030 land use map, and now we're 2045. If we wait until the next iteration, that this is a idea for discussion at that point.
So I think our intent of bringing this forward now is to be transparent, as transparent as possible, to have the land use map reflect what we're anticipating to happen with this property transfer. We're, getting to the end of the contingencies that were required of the release.
Okay.
So this request is really not an approval of the transfer or the release. It's reflecting it on our land use map.
I'm sorry, say that again. It's
the public hearing tonight, the amendment to the land use map is not a request to approve or deny this transfer of property. It's to reflect it on our land use map.
because the transfer of property has already happened.
It's underway, yeah. And the contingent release has already been approved by the interagency review team.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up because maybe I think you asked that question. I think I may have misunderstood. So the easement is this is already in existence, I think is what you're saying.
The easement is in existence, yes. The process that we went through with interagency review team for their approval of the release of this area was approved with contingencies in June of 2020. One of the contingencies was the property transfer, which is in the final stages, yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, this is a done deal.
It's not final until it's final, but I don't think changing it on the land use map.
That's a technicality.
It's making sure that it's clear to the public, which the road has always been shown, you know, in about this location. But that area, there would be new area on in the conservation easement. So now we can't do anything in that area. But the corridor would be going through here.
Okay. I think that this is an example of where we need to refine the requests that go before the IRT. Because this at this point feels like a bit of a technicality. Feels like it doesn't matter whether we approve or deny at this point. So I think that's something, Diane, that I would encourage us to look at as a board.
And I think, did you want to?
I just want to say, I've been with the town, it'll be 25 years this year. It's the one and only time we ever went to IRT. My understanding is they didn't have a process because no one had ever asked. And I think they entertained our request because it was on our transportation plan before the conservation easement was placed. They actually missed a step on their end, honestly. And so that's why they even entertained it. I don't foresee this ever happening again. Because normally they would not have even talked to us. They only talked to us because they missed a step by not realizing it was already on our plan.
And just one additional, the requests, the process was vetted before the planning board and town council. It's just been a long time because it took that long. So it was before many of you were on this board.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Shannon? Thank you, Shannon.
Thanks.
Back to the board for discussion and a possible motion.
I will just add, Diana, response, that I I hear that this is a one and only time that this may ever occur in our existence. And I think that if we are requesting something of an intergovernmental agency that affects the residents, to the extent that we can, we need to allow residents to be better engaged. And I recognize this has been since 2016 and 2017, but again, I go back to, it feels like a land use map iteration. So I'll be curious as to the, I'm opposing to the process, and we're looking forward to a motion coming forward.
We have a motion.
I'll motion to approve the change in the land use plan.
I have a motion from Melissa. Do I have a second?
A second.
Steve, second. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing?
No.
No.
2 opposing. Tim and Tina.
I'm sorry, could we confirm who the no votes were?
Is it Tina and Tim? Was that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So that item passes. Item number 2, Shannon's going to talk to us about a thoroughfare and Collector Street update for the bicycle and pedestrian map.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but just the dissent votes do need to fill out the dissent forms, please. Thank you.
Okay, the next public hearing is for proposed amendments to the town's transportation plan. These are associated with the next public hearing on your agenda for the rezoning case 23 CZ 13 for Seymour Mixed Use Plan Unit Development. So as with all cases, when the transportation plan amendments are associated with a rezoning, the planning board will hear the staff presentation and have the public hearing for the amendments, but hold off on voting until you also hear the staff presentation and public comments for the rezoning case, so that it can be fully considered. There's a lot to take in, and you have a lot of people who plan to talk with you. So for framing, I want to go ahead and kind of preview the staff recommendations and give a little bit of explanation as we go through this. So you will receive a staff recommendation of approval for public hearing 2, the transportation plan amendments. Staff are supportive of these, but you'll receive a staff recommendation of denial for public hearing number 3, the actual rezoning case. That's related to the commitments for improvements associated with transportation, not the amendments. So I think that'll make sense as we go through it, but wanted to give you a little bit of framing. So first, kind of the context of these amendments. They're for the Seymour PUD. So that's the area striped and outlined in purple on both sides of Apex Peakway and along Tingen Road. To the extent possible, staff considered these amendments in light of anticipated future development. So that includes the possible Hobson Gateway project to the east, outlined there in orange, and the Grace Christian School to the south along Tingen Road. We have not received plan submittals for either of these projects, but we've had early conversations, so we want to consider those to the extent possible. The first exhibit shows the proposed amendments to the transportation plan. The first change is to downgrade the designation of Tingen Road from Apex Peakway south. I'll try to show you. This mouse is positioned awkwardly. South to the major collector street, just south of US 1. Downgrade the designation from a 4-lane median divided thoroughfare to a future 3-lane thoroughfare. And we'll spend some time talking about that one after I explain the other amendments. The next amendment is to realign the future major collector between Tingen and Perry Road by shifting that approximately 630 feet to the north. The intent is to improve the intersection spacing along Tingen Road between Apex Peakway and Widger Lane, and also for consistency with the anticipated development associated with Seymour PUD. And this was shared with the potential developer of Hobson Gateway to the east. The third proposed amendment is to remove the southern segment of this future local connection, so those are typically built as residential streets, that would extend from the major collector south to connect into the Iron Gate neighborhood. This was recommended by staff. There would be a substantial stream crossing of this local connection, and it would cross a single parcel within an established neighborhood. So the impacts would be high and the likelihood of construction would be low. And so we recommend removing that from our plan. I do want to note that Shackleton Road would still be extended south to the major collector street in this small area here. And then the last amendment to the thoroughfare and collector street plan map is to add a future roundabout along Tingen Road. And that's a recommendation from the traffic impact analysis for the Seymour PUD. It's also consistent with the town's adopted Vision Zero action plan, as roundabouts have safety benefits. The next amendments are to the bicycle and pedestrian system plan map. The first is just showing that the side path and bike lanes along this major collector would be realigned with that shift in that roadway. The second amendment is to add a future side path along Tingen Road from Apex Peakway all the way down to future Jesse Drive. It would be on the west side within, really north of the Big Branch Greenway, future Big Branch Greenway, and on the east side, south of the future Big Branch Greenway. That's a proposed amendment above and beyond what we're currently showing on our bike ped plan. It would replace what would otherwise be sidewalk, and we would retain the bicycle lanes on that roadway. And then the third amendment is outside of the Seymour PUD. This is a staff recommendation to add a proposed grade separated crossing for bicyclists and pedestrians that would allow for separated crossings from the side path to the future greenway. We're also anticipating that the Grace Christian School will be constructed on either side of this roadway, so that would benefit the school as well. So to get into a little bit more detail about the Tingen Road change, that change is really proposed to address the capacity that's anticipated to be needed along Tingen Road, and to improve that corridor for biking, walking, and transit. While it's shown as a 3-lane thoroughfare on the amendments, the applicant, in working with staff, has proposed a modified section. So that's what this diagram is showing. There would be an 11-foot travel lane in each direction, separated by either turn lanes where needed, or an 18-foot wide median that would allow for protected bike ped crossings. There would be extra wide bicycle lanes in each direction, and a 2-foot buffer between the bicycle lanes and the travel lane. And then the 10-foot multi-use path already mentioned on one side, 5-foot sidewalk on the other. The wide bicycle lane, the buffer, and then the gutter adjacent to the curb on either side would provide sufficient width for an emergency vehicle to pass if needed, since we'd have the median with this section, or to manage traffic if needed in case of an emergency. These examples are shared to give you a sense of what this section would look like, although they're not perfect. The first one at the top is Apex Peakway between Center Street and Old Raleigh Road, where we have a bicycle lane and a median and a travel lane in each direction. The second one is Lockmere Drive in the town of Cary. That's a wider median than on Apex Peakway, and they do have a wider path that's hard to see on one side, as well as the bicycle lane. We spent a good amount of time thinking about capacity, since the request is to downgrade Tingen Road from a 4-lane median divided thoroughfare. And I guess I'll point your attention to the bottom here first. Roadway capacity is going to depend on the specific design features of each road, but there's some rules of thumb that we can use. The Highway Capacity Manual indicates 3-lane roadways can be used up to between 18,000 to 19,000 vehicles per day. The Road Diet Informational Guide provided by the Federal Highway Administration, which is what I've cited here, provides guidance that road diets, which is really what we're considering here, is planning on a more narrow roadway instead of the wider roadway to benefit bikes and peds, can be considered for average daily traffic of up to 20,000 vehicles per day. There's also a threshold of between 15,000 to 25,000 in the different agencies that they've studied that have road diet policies. And just to give you a sense of what does that look like, for reference, Apex Peakway between Center Street and Old Raleigh Road has about 16,500 vehicles per day. So Kimley Horn, the applicant's engineer, provided us with some modeled traffic data for Tingen Road. There are 3 scenarios analyzed. The first assumes that the future interchange shown on our plan at Perry Road and US 1 would be constructed. So what would happen along Tingen Road if we're able to get this interchange at US 1 just to the east? The second scenario assumes that we're not able to get an interchange, but we do have some type of connection here so people can use Perry Road to cross over US 1. And then the third scenario is what happens to Tingen Road if we can't construct the crossing at US 1 at all on Perry. And the model data shows that, for one thing, Perry Road is really important. It's expected to carry a lot of traffic. The section of Tingen Road between James Street and Apex Peakway is anticipated to have similar and relatively low volumes across all scenarios. That's what's already shown as 3 lanes on our plan. The section of Tingen Road between Apex Peakway and Widger Lane would still be right around that 15 to 20,000 threshold for a 3-lane facility, but it could be congested. I mean, there's a lot of cars there. And then Widger Lane to Prince Dead End Lane, which is just south of US 1, it varies pretty substantially depending on which scenario we're looking at, with the last scenario, without any connection at Perry Road being over that 20,000 threshold. So in summary, we did review these amendments and work with staff in TID, Parks and Rec, Police, and Fire. Police and Fire had some concerns, which some of those were able to be addressed with the proposed section that I went through. Their remaining concerns were just making sure that we're being responsive to community input. We hear a lot about traffic in Apex and making sure that we're providing facilities that address that with development, but they deferred to planning and TID staff for the ultimate recommendation. And we do recommend approval of all of the transportation plan amendments as presented. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Shannon?
Shannon, I have a few questions. Did the scenarios for the link analyses, did that assume that the Peakway Bridge was operational over the CSX? Or I guess that would.
Yeah, so that would be considered a committed project. This used the Triangle Regional Model, the most recent Triangle Regional Model as a basis, and that's a committed project in that model.
It is a committed project.
Yes, yes.
And I guess the other question I had about the narrowed section, do you know if the current Viridia Parkway bridge over US 1 could accommodate that cross section?
Thank you for bringing that up. That was an important point in our consideration as well that I left out of my presentation. The bridge of Tingen or Viridia Parkway at US 1 would be a choke point, so it's only 2 lanes. It can't accommodate the additional widening. So even if we left the designation of Tingen Road as a 4-lane thoroughfare on our plan, it would be 2 lanes at the bridge crossing. A second bridge would have to be constructed to add additional capacity there. We did also, in the staff considerations, think about the limited improvements that would likely to be made within the Grace Christian School property, and the impacts that would be likely adjacent to the existing Iron Gate neighborhood. Widening could be impactful in that location as well.
Shannon, you say widening, you mean widening of the existing bridge?
Widening of Tingen Road to 4 lanes, as shown on our adopted plan. So those were additional factors that I failed to mention in the staff consideration of the requested downgrade.
Shannon, can you please point out where exactly Tingen Road will turn into a 3 or possible 4 to 3 lane? Would it be that
Sure.
roundabout?
No, it would remain 3 lanes on our plan all the way down to this major collector street, which is south of US 1. We did consider extending that designation all the way to Jesse Drive, but that modeled traffic data showed this section is likely to require a 4-lane thoroughfare.
Right, so it'll turn into
4 lanes.
4 lanes. And then where will the 3 lanes start up north? I guess it's not really shown on the map. Is it just north of the image?
Yes, it would.
But not
extend
all the way up to Salem?
Well, it would, so with the opening of the Apex Peakway crossing, Tingen Road will close at Salem Street. Yeah.
And one more question, Shannon. Do we have an idea when the Apex Peakway roads will connect?
So that's an active project. I don't know if Russell's prepared tonight to provide any specific status update, but it is an active project and we're anticipating construction soon. Sorry? Summer.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But there's been no discussion about the update of the bridge over US 1 on Tingen/Viridia so far. Am I correct in that statement?
Yeah, it is not a program project to widen that bridge or build a parallel second bridge. And based on the model data, staff's recommendation would be to prioritize the Perry Road connection in advance of any new connection at Tingen, Viridia Parkway.
Shannon, I'm going to ask kind of a sticky question about that bridge on Perry Road. The town of Apex owns both sides of US 1. What would it take to get that built? Who would pay for that?
So we have requested that it be prioritized through the strategic prioritization of transportation projects.
CIP,
spot.
kind of state funded.
Yeah, we've requested, if you looked at in several different ways, and so far the state has not been willing to prioritize that project. I think we even, asked if it could be looked at as something that could be done given the delays on 55. And no progress to date. So I think
If your opinion, what does it take to get up on that agenda or the ranking to get funding or recognition?
so, I mean, I think it's frustrating, but you really have to have a very substantial need in advance. We're not currently building in advance of needs. We have those substantial needs and then projects get prioritized. And then you go through the whole lengthy process of construction. Having property certainly helps. Campo and DOT do consider property and they do consider available funding. So, property and money are things that help get projects prioritized.
So this 3-lane road would have a choke point of the bridge over US 1. And you're going to add more cyclists to it because cyclists use Tingen quite often. That sounds like a bad mix without expanding that bridge.
So let me go to that map. So another factor there is the proposed Big Branch Greenway, which could provide a separated bike ped bridge. What I'm specifying is that we don't have, and the state does not have, a programmed project for roadway widening there.
I have a question about kind of like the area where that roundabout is being proposed. Like we've heard today by several members of the public about, preservation of trees and everything. And there's a big oak tree that's, right there on Tingen. Is there any opportunity as this area grows and develops that tree can be preserved or that roundabout can be moved to accommodate for it, or?
So I don't have a design for the roadway or the roundabout. I'll defer to the applicant who's made the request if they have information that they could, provide as a response, but I can't respond today.
Shannon, one last question from me. If we move forward with the Perry Road connection over US 1, have we engaged the locals, the residents on Perry Road in this conversation?
So,
was that too early?
Well, we're not moving forward with a Perry Road connection at this time. The point of showing it was just to demonstrate the importance of that connection and that it would be a priority in terms of funding. But I did share the proposed amendments with the owner of property just south of US 1 where Perry Road would go through.
So keep me honest, if moving forward, we're not supposed to vote on this, but we have to hear item 3 before we vote on item 2.
So you would open the public hearing for the transportation plan amendments, hear the public comments pertaining to item number 2, close the public hearing, but hold off on voting. Thank you.
So we need to open up the public comment section for this particular item. Do we have? Charity Thompson.
Hello, my name is Charity Thompson. I live at 204 Annaberry Drive, and these proposals will directly affect my neighborhood. I live in Bradley Terrace. I live right off of Tenjin Road and Apex Peakway. So let me give first a thank you for considering the cyclist, because I love to ride my bike. I love Apex. I love to ride it downtown. Currently, I use the sidewalks quite a bit because the traffic is heavy and it doesn't quite feel safe. So I do thank you for thinking about the cyclist and the pedestrian walkers there. And I guess, I'm kind of nervous, sorry. I guess what I want to say is that if you were to survey most of the people in this room that are affected by the traffic in this area now, they wouldn't tell you that. They would tell you now that it's a priority, because a real life example is me coming to this meeting at 4:30. I had to leave my house by 4 to drive less than 3 miles to get here so that I could be here on time. And that wasn't me driving around looking for a spot on the campus. That was me directly coming here. So there is now a priority, whether the rezoning passes or not. There is a priority for the road system, especially when you're going to add that school down the street, down Tenjin Road a little bit. So the state may not prioritize it, but we live there, and we're already dealing with the traffic on Tenjin. I actually, instead of taking Tenjin Road, which would have been my direct path here, I took Perry Road because it's usually a little bit easier to get here from there. So traffic already is an issue, and I did want to say that. You said the state didn't prioritize that, but we are dealing with a lot of traffic issues already. Let's see. So I guess I would want to know too, when this rezoning happens, or if it happens, when are we looking at having the road system ready for all this traffic? Like, what year would that be projected? I guess that would be something that would be nice to know too. When are these improvements going to take place versus the planning? Because a lot of times people over promise and under deliver. That tends to be the case. And as she said, these are just examples, so that this also could actually change to what she's showing us. This is what you're saying it is now, but that may not actually be the case of what it ends up being. But anyway, I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Matthew Carpenter. All right. Thank you. Alan Manassas. Same? All right. I already know who Mr. Roach is, so that ends that.
Not everyone knows who Mr. Roach is.
Oh, you will get to know him by the end of this meeting.
He's a developer who'll be speaking in the next section as well. Thank you, thank you. Keep me honest, thank you. Not everybody knows who you are, so.
All right, so we're not going to vote now. I guess that means we move on to item 3, and June is going to discuss with us possible motion regarding the case 23 CZ 13 Seymour Mixed PUD.
Good evening, Planning Board. June Cowles with the Planning Department.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So this is rezoning case 23 CZ 13 Seymour Mixed Use PUD. The project site is located within the southwest area of the Apex Peakway, and it's in the ETJ. The project site is in the northwest and southwest and southeast intersection of Apex Peakway and Tenjin Road. And so going through these next few slides, I'm going to sort of set up that this area is the northwest section, southwest section is down here, and the southeast section, just to clarify the project. So the project site is 81.9 acres. And to the west is Salem Village subdivision. To the north is also Salem Village subdivision, James Street Station subdivision. To the east is the West Haven Townhomes. There is a cemetery located here at the northeast corner. And then we have Bradley Terrace townhomes and undeveloped parcel. To the south is Iron Gate subdivision, and then a little part of Salem Village, which is Widger Lane. So the current zoning district is residential agricultural, and this little area up here is high-density single-family residential zoning district. The proposed zoning district is Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning. And this shows the 2045 land use map. And then this is the 2045, the proposed 2045 land use map if the rezoning is approved. So if the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map would automatically be amended per state law. And so this slide, I wanted to show you some comparisons between the current and the proposed, so you don't have to switch back and forth. So in the northwest section, you can see on the proposed that the medium density residential and the medium high density residential, that border has been relocated. There's an existing stream along this section, and so they're using this to border between the medium density residential and the medium high density residential. There's no change on the southwest section between the current and the proposed. And then the southeast section, this shows the medium high and office employment, which would be reduced. The office employment is in this area right here, and then the medium high density residential is in the northern area. This is where, as Shannon pointed out, the major collector would be. So the high densities to the south of that major collector. So what's added also is the commercial and moving the high density in this area. And so this slide was just showing the current land use units per acre density. And just to give you an example, in the current plan, the high density residential, that's a minimum of 14 units per acre with maximum density determined at the time of rezoning or site plan approval. And so the proposed would be a maximum of 20 units per acre. And so this is showing just the existing conditions. There you can see that stream going through the northwest section. There's another smaller stream in this area. The northwest section is heavily wooded with 2 streams. And then the southwest section, partially wooded with open fields, a farm pond, and a few existing buildings. That oak tree that somebody was referring to is on the southwest section. Just to point out, staff, a resident emailed us, had some concerns about that tree. We went out there, we had the town arborist go out there and look at it to see what kind of health it was. We got on the back side of it, so when you're coming down the road, it looks, but we got on the back side and the arborist looked at it also. There was a big wound. It looked like he said it had been struck by lightning. And so his assumption of that tree would not survive. So in the southeast section, it's partially wooded with open fields, a farm pond right here, and bordered to the east, this other stream along here. So the applicant had conducted 2 neighborhood meetings, the first one on June 7th, 2023, and the second one on December 13th, 2023. And your meeting reports are attached to the staff report. Wake County Public Schools letter of impact is included in the staff report as well. The letter indicates that elementary and high schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area. Current assignment area should be anticipated. So school expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the high school level. And I just need to make a correction, and the elementary level in the staff report. So possible, and the Wake County letter is attached to the staff report. Possible long-term solutions may include capping students out to schools with available seats, reassignments or calendar changes. And so this shows the proposed site layout. The maximum residential units is 800. So we're going to go through proposed residential uses. The single family district in the northwest section is this lighter yellow area right here. So, and then the mixed residential district would permit single family townhomes, duplex, and this is in the light orange area of the south of this stream and along the southwest section. The multifamily district is this orange, darker orange color. Duplex, small scale multifamily or apartments, condos, accessory apartments are permitted in all 3 zones. So the multifamily apartment is only permitted south of the east-west major collector, and the small scale multifamily is permitted throughout this multifamily district. The proposed non-residential uses in this red area is, commercial, neighborhood commercial services, an office. One condition, the standalone restaurant drive-through shall not be permitted. However, restaurant drive-through as part of a multi-tenant building are permitted. These are the proposed residential design controls for the single family in this area. So typical setbacks and 5,000 square foot, 6 units per acre. Here are the single family concept elevations, and this is for the design controls for the mixed residential district, the light orange area. So townhomes in the single family. Townhomes, I wanted to point out in the southwest section, townhomes shall not be located within 65 feet of existing single family lots. When it comes, there's some stub streets here, there's 3, Drumlin Drive, and Ticehurst Lane and Hawks Drive. So up along this area, a townhome would not be located there. These are the townhome concept elevations, and then for proposed multifamily district. So the apartment facades facing Tingen Road and the Iron Gate neighborhood and on the Terrace Bradley neighborhood shall not exceed a maximum height of 3 stories and 50 feet. Because you can see there's four stories or 60 feet into the interior along here. In the portion of the multifamily district south of the major collector, so they will not be able to have parking lot for the apartments. The apartment buildings would line the road. And then here on this side is the small scale multi-family units. This is like a, oh gosh, what's that called? I forget the term of it, but I haven't come across this yet, but we do have 2 apartments within Apex that have this type of a small scale building. And then on this side is the regular, bigger apartments, which would be south of that major collector. These are the proposed non-residential design controls, and this red area is approximately 3.37 acres. And then these are the non-residential concept elevations, and this also includes the amenity building for the apartments. So the overall site proposed is 20% RCA. And just to give you some background, as far as north of the Apex Peakway, the requirement for RCA is 10%. South of the Apex Peakway is 20%. So the proposed PUD plan goes 20% across the whole site. Okay, so this table shows these different buffers, and so the numbers are in correlation to the location. Buffer number 1, which is up against the existing subdivisions, that would have a 15-foot wide type B buffer. And this also comes down along here. Type 2 is the buffer along Widger Lane at 15-foot type A. 3 buffer is, this right here is actually part of Salem Village. That's already a buffer right there. So they're adding on an additional 10-foot type B buffer along here. 4 is along Iron Gate subdivision, and that would be a 30-foot type A. 5 location is along the Apex Peakway. That's a 30-foot type B. And 6 is the northern section above the major collector on the eastern side. That's 30-foot type B. And same with location number 7, which is the western side of Tingen Road and then south of the collector. So the applicant presented the project was presented at the Environmental Advisory Board, and that they included 11 of the 19 environmental conditions. And so the complete list of conditions are on page, starting on page 11 of your staff report. On September 27th, 2023, the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resource Advisory Commission recommended a fee in lieu of dedication with credit for construction of greenway. So this greenway along here, showing just the dotted black line, shall be completed and accepted prior to 50% of the units west of Tingen Road receiving the building permit. In addition, the project shall convey to the town agreement over the property to facilitate a future pedestrian connection to the planned branch greenway corridor that runs along the stream. Affordable housing, the commitment for the proposed PUD plan shall apply to apartments in the multifamily district, but shall not apply to the small-scale multifamily units. So a minimum of 5% of the total residential apartment units at an 80% AMI, for a minimum affordability period of 10 years, starting from the date of issuance of the first residential certificate of occupancy. And given the voluntary nature of the adopted policy, housing staff has recommended 2 of the outcomes to facilitate a greater flexibility in the applicant's affordable housing proposal. So also for the multifamily area down here, option 1, 5% of the final unit count as affordable units, 80% AMI for 20 years from certificate of occupancy. And the second option, 10% of the final unit count as affordable units, a mixture of 60% AMI and 80% AMI for 10 years from certificate of occupancy. So either one of those recommendations provided would qualify the applicant to request incentives based on the adopted policy. Okay, the proposed project included a traffic impact analysis, which is attached to your staff report. Staff is aware of the potential school site south of the PUD project on Tingen Road, but has not yet been submitted or approved. Therefore, it was not included as a background development in the Seymour TIA. The proposed two-lane divided typical section for Tingen Road was based on the 2050 volume projections in the Triangle Regional Model, accounting for long-range future development. So all proposed driveway access and improvements on maintained roads are subject to NC DOT and also the Town of Apex for review and approval. So the cross section shows the proposed Tingen Road, which was shown in Shannon's presentation. And it includes, of course, the 10-foot wide side path on the west side of Tingen, bike paths or bike lane 5 foot. There's a 2-foot wide bike buffer. And then on the other side, on the east side, would be a 5-foot sidewalk. They also proposing to construct that major collector. It runs from Tingen Road east and also include bike lanes from the Tingen Road to this eastern property line. The UDO section, let me go back up here. Sorry. Also included is the signalization pedestrian crosswalks at the intersection of Apex Peakway and Tingen Road. And the developer is also proposed to extend that side path on the western side along the, from the south of the project site to the Grace Christian School property. And note in your staff report, the words may elect, that should be changed to shall in order to ensure that fees paid in the event of the side path cannot be constructed. They would have to secure off-site easements for that. Transit, the project shall construct 2 public bus stops along Tingen Road with exact locations to be determined at the master subdivision plan or site plan. And the arrows, the yellow box, an arrow, these are showing where the full movements are, where that roundabout, and then the blue box, this is where the right in and right out driveway access points are located. And so this is the Peakway improvements. We're just going to be talking about the Peakway improvements along here. And let's see. Just wanted to make sure I got everything. Actually, let me back up one. The Apex Peakway and Perry Road developer share shall be 18% of the total estimated cost to design and install that Perry Road signal. I also wanted to point out in the northwest section, adjacent to this area in the single family are existing stub streets. So their plan, the developer's plan, is to connect those and then cross this stream, connect to access Tingen and Apex Peakway. However, there's the Army Corps of Engineers is about crossing that stream and other governmental permits that would need to be secured. If they do not receive permits, then these stub streets would just connect and end here at a cul-de-sac, and that would that would also, in this case, that cul-de-sac would be not in violation of the UDO provision that requires as far as a maximum length of the cul-de-sac. So if they can't get that connection, then they don't have to adhere to the UDO maximum cul-de-sac length. However, they will require a pedestrian crossing from this single family to the medium-high mixed residential area. So a pedestrian crossing will be needed in that area. Sidewalks will be provided on both sides of all the streets within the PUD plan. And those two. So now I can move on to the proposed Peakway improvements. And so this was, the applicant provided this, and the red line is showing town staff recommendation for the ultimate section. So the ultimate section is used to describe the construction of the full roadway width, including asphalt, curb, and sidewalk, according to the transportation plan and standard details. So there would be no further widening along the frontage required in the future. So staff is recommending that they provide that ultimate section to the project property just on the east side of the Tingen Road intersection. And the yellow line is showing where the applicant is proposed for that ultimate section. The applicant has communicated with staff that they intend to add some additional language to the unit development, and they're going to provide those details in their presentation. If the Apex Peakway ultimate section is built per the applicant's proposed PUD plan, the yellow line, then in the future, the town will need to widen the Apex Peakway across two streams with extension of a large box culvert. So the UDO section 7.5.4 includes the Apex Peakway construction requirements, and that gives us order of construction. Those are listed on page 19 of the staff report. So the staff recommendation to construct the Peakway ultimate section rather than pay a fee in lieu is based on the number of factors listed below. To point out, the fee in lieu does not keep up with immediate needs for improvement. Future widening is more disruptive with increased traffic once adjacent homes and businesses are occupied. And the town will begin building that 4-lane bridge over Salem Street next year, and traffic will increase along the South Peakway once that bridge is open. And with that, staff recommendation is to deny the rezoning 23 CZ 13 Seymour mixed use PUD. The proposed PUD plan does not include the widening of the Apex Peakway along the project frontage to the ultimate section as recommended by staff, and the unfinished infrastructure portions will require the town to expend significant funds to expand a large culvert and cross two streams. In the current 2045 land use map designations, the subject properties are in the northwest section, medium density residential and medium high density residential and high density residential. The southwest section, medium high density residential, there were no changes. And then the south east section, medium high density residential, and that office employment. And so if the properties are rezoned as proposed, as I stated before, the 2045 land use map will be automatically amended per the state law. So that northwest section would change, be amended, and same with the south east section. So the proposed Seymour PUD plan is neither reasonable nor in the public interest because it will not improve the road system in a way that will mitigate the impacts of the increased residential units and commercial uses. The staff recommendation to construct the Peakway Ultimate section rather than pay fee in lieu is based on a number of factors which are not exclusive to the Apex Peakway corridor, as stated previously and on the previous slide. And with that, if you had any questions. Oh, and also there were several emailed public comments that we received and you also received. This is the list of the people that sent in emails as of today at noon.
Thank you, June. Any questions for June?
I just want to verify the bridge, the new bridge being installed over the railroad at Old Number One. That's 4 lane. Is that correct? Mr. Dalton, the bridge, the new bridge being built, the Peakway Bridge being built over Old Number One in the railroad track, that is 4 lane?
Yes, that will be a 4-lane bridge. It'll have 8-foot side paths on both sides of the bridge. And the slide said it'll be constructed next year, but this was, I think, written in December, so it is now next year. So our intention is to build it this summer. Despite any obstacles DOT or anybody else may try to throw in our way, we are trying to persevere. It has been a long process. So.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I just wanted to verify.
Any other questions?
I do have a question, June.
Yep.
What is the current density of the neighborhood that is on the southwest quadrant? Looks like it's going to have the majority of the stub outs. Are you familiar with that?
Let me see. The Iron Gate subdivision?
No, ma'am, it would be further to the left. It'd be the western quadrant, yes.
Oh, right here?
All of Salem Village.
Salem Village. The density for Salem Village, it's at 2.1 density.
Okay, and what's the maximum allowable?
That would be, it's in the medium high.
It's to 16.
Are you asking the maximum density by zoning or by land use map category?
So I'd like to know what's currently existing, the current conditions there now versus what may possibly adjoin. Are we going to possibly going to 16? I know there could be a 65-foot buffer between Stub Out Road to higher density. Just trying to figure out what that density could look like.
So you're asking what the density is in Seymour PUD that's proposed adjacent to Salem Village, or what's in Salem Village now?
Salem Village. What are we coming out of Salem Village to go into? If you were to travel from Salem Village into this PUD, what is the existing?
Well, the Salem Village subdivision is at 2.1 density. The maximum, I think, on the zoning back in 2008 was 4 units per acre, was the maximum.
June, I have a question. The 2 bus stops that were mentioned, do we have an idea, location and plan, whereabouts? North of Peakway, or is it south of Peakway, or is it too soon? Too soon, okay, thank you.
June, I'm trying to understand that length of the 4-lane divided. I know that the Peakway does expand at a lot of major intersections like that, but for the most part, the Peakway is a 2-lane road, sometimes median divided, sometimes not. So why that? I mean, it seems like a long way, and regardless of who's doing it, you are crossing 2 streams, whether it's the town or the developer. So is there a real need to go that far with the 4-lane divided?
We're going to, the request is to the project site right here.
So the entire length as opposed to just stopping before.
Right, they're proposing to stop right here.
Right.
And then we're saying, no, you need to finish it to their project property.
Okay. I guess I'm just not understanding the benefit environmentally to avoid that
I mean, as
disturbance.
far as, yeah, the crossing the two streams and that large box culvert is an issue. You know, in lieu fee doesn't keep up with the costs, keep on, you know, going that way. And as far as coming in and redoing that, or not redoing it, but when all of this is already or possibly already built and additional and the bridge opening up, it's just gonna, you know, staff recommendation is just to have this all done at one time instead of coming back while we have additional traffic and shutting down lanes. And our preference is to get that section done and be over with it.
Is there anything planned between and the balance of Apex Peakway between this proposed improvement and the crossing, the rail crossing? Maybe that's a transportation question.
You mean from this?
Yeah, as you continue north, right? Anything planned to divide or expand that section of the road?
Our Peakway project extends through the James Street intersection, so we're putting turn lanes there, and we're also extending side path south as well, so we're providing pedestrian connectivity up there. And per your comment, you know, one of the things we've recommended to the applicant as part of this is not just to dead end their ultimate widening short of Padstone, is actually to continue and drop a right turn lane and then taper through that intersection. It also allows them to get more of that landscape median in as part of their plan based on what we proposed. We gave them the opportunity to provide us the ultimate plan for what we asked for. They came back with that interim plan, so you know, we don't have the benefit of seeing exactly what that would look like, but that was our concern. We certainly want to go ahead and get it set up. When you do interim section, on projects like this, the problem is, like June said, it's a lot harder to widen those in the future. I mean, a municipality coming in, building a linear roadway project and a linear roadway widening is much different than a developer doing something along their frontage. It's much harder for us. And if they're concerned about permitting, certainly the town can be a sponsor in that process as an applicant to the agencies for extending the culvert or whatever needs to be done as part of that. We don't want to take money and put it on the books to wait to the future and then have this sitting out there. And ultimately, it's going to be just a very difficult, very expensive project long-term for the town to have to do.
I think we all know that from the Peakway crossing.
Yeah, and we do. That's right. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Russell, just to piggyback on what Ms. Bird's question was, if the Salem neighborhood has a 2-lane section for the Peakway, presumably they did a fee in lieu, or the developer did a fee in lieu then for the other 2 lanes, would that be an accurate statement?
I don't know what's on the books right now for the fee in lieu the town would have collected at that time. Whatever it is, I guarantee you it would be a fraction of what's required.
Painting the picture of why we wouldn't want to do that now, right?
Yeah, right.
But
and our Peakway project,
even though there are pittance, could they be used to her question, be to bridge the gap if there was a 4-lane section on this development and then the bridge is a 4-lane? Would the town make the gap whole?
We can investigate what fee may have been collected at that time. It's been so long ago as part of that PUD that if a fee in lieu was collected as part of that, based on the regulations in effect at the time, based on that rezoning, I don't think it would be a lot of money. I really don't, based on what's happened over the past, you know, just the past 5 years with construction costs. They've gone up so much. And I did want to point out too, you know, we talked about the Peakway starting construction this summer. It is a 3-year project we anticipate. So that end date of 2027 lines up with the build out assumption for this. They assumed a 2027 build out in their traffic impact analysis.
So if we hear you right, we'd have one contiguous road if we had the developer do their portion and the town does ours, versus having patchwork of 4 lanes.
Well, what's been requested is the developer build ultimate widening across their frontage and then continue that widening to drop at Padstone, to drop a right turn lane there and merge back into a 2-lane at Padstone. We asked for a plan for that. They haven't provided a plan for that, so we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. They do have the plan that June shared earlier. And June, if you want to share that real quick. So you see where they've stopped it here. So you get a little bit of median with this. You don't really get a whole lot. If you can continue that across that stream, you get a lot more of that ultimate section. So you're not having to go back and widen that in the future.
There's a light being proposed for Tingen and the Peakway right there, right, as part of this?
That's correct, yes. There is a condition for the traffic signal when warranted.
I have a question as it relates to the school and traffic. I understand that the traffic was not, school traffic was not considered because the school is just proposed and not sitting. Thank you. Nodding, that's correct. Yep. So the 2050 traffic analysis, traffic plan, that's the state's, is that right? Does that include the school? Like what, I'm assuming it doesn't include the school, but can you elaborate on what it would include? Again, so I'm thinking, yay, that there's a school coming first and foremost. But secondly, the traffic for that school is likely to look different than just sort of the models that, that exist for the growth for the area. So I'm wondering if my understanding and my assumption about that is correct, and if school traffic can be considered in some capacity.
Yeah, so with the model runs, those assumed a certain land use assumption for the entire area and committed improvements. So there would be some amount of, you could say, a school or whatever development might occur in that area. What that doesn't do is it doesn't get a specific peak hour analysis for a 2027 build out, but what it's saying is at 2050, the model for this roadway, a 3-lane road, should work on this roadway. And of course, a 4-lane road should work on the Peakway, and a 4-lane road should work on Perry Road. So your long-term build out, your ultimate vision is verified by the model. But then in the interim, what the traffic impact analyses are designed to do is identify specific improvements. So if the developer is building the ultimate plan along Tingen Road, that 2-lane divided roadway, and then the model verifies those volumes are acceptable, then it should function acceptably with the addition of the school. What could happen further away, if you start looking at other intersections, there could be turn lanes that may be deficient in the interim without running specific analysis for assigning development, but that becomes very difficult to do because since the school's not approved, you can't ask a developer to include a site that doesn't have a traffic impact analysis study yet, hasn't been approved yet. What they can do is they add background traffic and they have certain assumptions, and in some cases we may recommend a little bit additional improvements, like in this case, to help with additional traffic capacity. So I think they have their traffic engineer, and they probably are the best to answer those questions if you have specific questions for how they conducted the study.
In my head, I'm thinking about some of the other schools that have been constructed, and the traffic that was anticipated versus the traffic that is happening is significant in some areas of the town and not. And so I'm wondering, I hear you that like we're talking about a nebulousness, that we don't have numbers, we can't have numbers, but I'm wondering if also if there's some consideration that can be made around what the town of Apex particularly experiences, i.e., how many cars do carpool versus buses. I understand that time can't, hour by hour analysis can't be done, but just it's going to look different in Apex versus another community in which busing looks different. So just thinking about those numbers that that we don't have, but I'm wondering if our current school traffic can inform to ensure that if we're going through the trouble of ensuring that the roadways accommodate, that we are sort of putting an exclamation point on that and we're not going to look back and go, oh, we actually needed more.
So when a school site comes in, of course, they have to scope a traffic impact analysis with us and NCDOT. And as part of that, they have to ensure that their on-site queue storage is acceptable. Some of our schools that do have some of the worst traffic issues are older schools that didn't have to go under those newer requirements that have changed since that time, where more parents are driving their kids to school. We have longer carpool lines, so they will have to account for that based on the NCDOT calculator that's calibrated for today. The other issue is, of course, access driveways to the school, making sure those turn lanes are long enough, making sure you have the right kind of traffic control. That's not been determined yet, and that'll be determined through the traffic impact analysis when it comes in. We will make those recommendations. There may be some limitations on what we can recommend and what we can enforce because of the state law surrounding recommendations for a school on a state-maintained roadway, but we'll work with them through that process, and we will make recommendations.
Thank you, Russell.
Question. To the west of this development, there are 3 roads I believe are being proposed to connect to, like Ticehurst, Drumlin, and there's a third one. Do we know if it's standard practice to connect to all 3 of those? Is that like a requirement, or is like more in the purview of the developer to choose which ones he wants to connect to?
So there is a section of the UDO that requires the connection of stub streets. So that is, and one of the things we look at is, you know, when working with planning staff, trying to figure out the best way to connect those. In some cases, you may recommend an indirect connection or a traffic circle or something in between to handle the traffic.
Russell, I have another one for you. Theoretically speaking, if we reduce the road on Tingen down to the 3-lane, school comes online, they have to now provide their own TIA. Their TIA now busts through the requirements, and are they going to be required to now do the 4-lane? Would it happen in reverse? Could you wind up killing this idea of the school, because then they're looking at having to potentially widen for traffic, just in theory? Because my understanding is the school that's there, I mean, they don't provide buses, and you're looking at 1,000 to 1,500 students that either going to most likely not drive themselves. You will have high school students driving to some degree, but I'm just wondering if it, in reverse order, the school comes online last, could it be detrimental to the school project?
Well, you know, one of the issues would be if you had a 4-lane road on your plan and the school came in, the school wouldn't necessarily build that 4-lane road per state law. If we came in and said you need to build a 4-lane road, unless the state's willing to pay for it, we can't really require that. So that is a limitation. So, you know, the study could say that it needs a 4-lane road, but based on our 2050 models, it should only need a 3-lane road. The question would be what turn lanes are required on that 3-lane section in order to make the school operate acceptably, and what kind of traffic control. You may have to have officer control, as we do at some of the schools. You may have to have restricted, like right in, right out type operations because the left turns are too excessive. You may have to look at some different traffic routing. I mean, there's a lot of things that we examine in the TIA to determine how best to manage that.
And who would be the responsible party to upgrade those? Would that wind up being the school, even though you can't do the widening, or that would be something the town would take on?
As far as the direct access to the school, we'd have to review that with the traffic impact analysis and see what's recommended. It's my hope that the school would build the 3-lane section and have adequate turn lanes along that frontage and work with NCDOT to get that done. But you know, without having the TA completed and DOT recommendations in front of me, I can't say exactly what's going to be proposed.
Thank you.
Tim, as part of your question, it sounded like you were asking about the school being a permitted use. It is already zoned for school use, so it will not be coming before you all. The TIA is part of their site plan, not a part of the rezoning.
Okay.
Other questions from Mr. Dalton?
Kind of a similar question on the school improvements, that state law that basically says like improvements that are off-site, I think the town has to pick up the tab for those improvements. Does that apply just to public schools, or would it apply to any school?
My understanding, it's any school. And it's not that the town has to pick up the off-site improvements, it's that the state is responsible for improvements on the state roadways and the town is responsible for improvements on the town roadways. It's my understanding of state law. So if in the event that there are additional improvements that are recommended that the state does not recommend, does not pay for, then there's an opportunity per agreement, if the town wants to participate in certain improvements like we did on Stevenson Road, we have an agreement with the high school to install some turn lanes there. DOT's also committed to some traffic signals. So that is one example, but the state law doesn't necessarily say the town has to do it, but we can't necessarily require it.
Anything else for Russell? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Would the applicant like to speak?
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Skinner and members of the board. I'm Matthew Carpenter with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here this evening on behalf of the developer, Barnett Properties. And also with me tonight are Alan Manis with Barnett, Jeff Roach with Peak Engineering, and then Lyle Overcash, our traffic engineer. And one thing that is unique about this team is that it's really an Apex development team. Alan and Barnett have worked in Apex for years, and Alan lives in downtown Apex actually. And then obviously Jeff operates Peak Engineering and has worked and lived in Apex for years. So everyone does have a vested interest in the community and in making this project work. And so I'd appreciate the presentation from June. It was a lot of detail. There's a lot in this case, and so thanks to everyone for bearing with us. I won't rehash everything that June said in the interest of time, but we'll try to add more information for you to consider. So this slide outlines a lot of the neighboring uses. And the only point I want to make here is there's been a lot of discussion about Grace Christian. And this is the Grace Christian School property here, which Grace has actually already closed on the property, and so they do own it. And this afternoon, Moss Withers sent, a representative of Grace sent an email in support of our case. And so we've been working with Grace for several weeks, even though we didn't, can't officially consider their proposal in our TIA because it hasn't been filed. We have been working with them, and there are a lot of overlapping interests there. They need our transportation improvements to make their project work, and our sewer improvements are a big part of their case. And so they're willing to collaborate with us and ready to move things along. So June went through these in great detail, but these are our land use map designations for the site. There are quite a few, and the names are very similar. And the first time I looked at this, I said, well, what does any of this mean? And so, I put them on the slide here because overall that they recommend a mix of housing types on the site, from apartments to single family to townhomes at different densities across the site. And so what we did, obviously acknowledging the time and attention that goes into the land use map and the reliance that staff and the public have on the map, we sort of worked backwards from here to design our concept plan and to sort of place each one of these districts. And so we took that, and where that led us was to this concept plan. And we've spent around 6 months going through staff review to really drill down on each one of these districts to be sure that they match the intent of the land use map and that they contemplate or account for the existing development in the area. And so as June mentioned, there are two minor changes from the land use map. The first is the location of the multifamily area. So the land use map shows the multifamily area at the corner of Apex, Tenjin, and here, at the intersection of Apex and Tenjin Road, Apex Peakway. And the issue with that is that the land use map didn't have the two streams that you can see crossing the property diagonally. So when we went to try to place an apartment project there, frankly, there just wasn't enough room because of the sort of triangular nature of the site. And so with that information, we looked at the rest of the site and said, where is the best place for the apartments? Where do they fit? We looked at west of Tenjin Road, where the mixed residential district is. And that area of the site is quite narrow. It's sort of unusually shaped. And it's also has a ton of shared property line with Salem Village. And so we didn't want to put the highest density apartments in that location. So then we looked to the east side of Tinson Road. And really the best area is where we've located them here along the southern edge of the site. And you can see it's really a more square rectangular development tract. And then to the east of us is an undeveloped site that's shown as industrial office on the land use map. And so we're not directly adjacent to the east to existing development. We obviously do have the Iron Gate subdivision to the south of us. And so we've worked to sort of push that building north as much as we can and have included a 30-foot type A buffer along the southern property line. And then the second change from the land use map is the non-residential district. So, you'll remember on the last slide, that entire property is striped blue, which is an office employment designation. Obviously, the office market has been through a lot of struggles since COVID. And so it's just a really difficult location to make that work. But we did want to pay homage to that designation and include a non-residential district. And so, again, like we did with the apartments, we looked at where on the site can that be successful. And we looked at, the northern section here, trying to locate that commercial area adjacent to the intersection. The problem with that was we really couldn't get a driveway directly onto the Peakway. And in talking with commercial brokers, that basically made it a non-starter for commercial uses. And so what we've done is located those adjacent to the traffic circle to try to create sort of a community feel there, where you have neighborhood serving type commercial retail uses like coffee shops, maybe a small restaurant that serve the surrounding development and people that live here now. And so you'll see also that we have several different districts. As June went through, each district has its own design guidelines and standards. And so I won't rehash all of those, but I will talk about the western area of mixed residential districts specifically. So this area has taken a lot of time and attention, but because of its location. And in that area, there will be a mix of townhomes and single family homes at no more than 8 units an acre. And the land use map recommended up to 14 units an acre here. And so we're asking for significantly less density. And we have added some conditions to account for the location adjacent to Salem Village. We worked with staff to add a condition that no townhomes will be located within 65 feet of existing single family homes on the stub streets in Salem Village. And the issue there is that the developer of Salem Village really left no buffer at all along the perimeter of the subdivision. And so we're trying to account for that on our site, and so as not to put townhomes directly up against, but to provide either open space or a row of single family homes adjacent there. And then to talk about another few aspects of this case, we've committed to a lot of pedestrian improvements here. So we'll have a 10-foot side path along the northern side of the Peakway. And we actually revised that condition recently to specify that the side path will cross the extreme in the culvert there. So whether it's a sort of pier type side path or it stays within the existing right of way, that will cross and connect to Padstone there north of the Peakway. And then we added a similar condition on the south side of the site. So along Tinjon Road, we'll be improving the entire length of Tinjon for our property frontage into a 2-lane divided section with a 10-foot side path on the west side. So what we've done is we've added a condition again in the last couple of weeks to connect that 10-foot side path off-site to stub to the Grace Christian School property to the south. And so the goal there, we will have to cross a couple different parcels that are off-site, but we think that we can acquire those easements that are needed. And so we've added a condition, and hopefully those several conditions will really allow a comprehensive pedestrian network here that's not there now. And then, going back to the mixed residential district here, there have been a lot of questions. We've got a lot of neighborhood feedback about these cross-access connections. And as Russell mentioned, the UDO requires us to make that connection, make all those connections. And so that's generally what we tell neighbors. But we are open to some alternative arrangements if you all and council find it advisable. We're open to some sort of arrangement where we maybe put more curves in the road so it's not a straight shot, or implement some traffic calming measures. So, we're really okay either way, but, it's not really our decision since it is a UDO requirement. I know staff expects to see cross-access. And then this slide shows on the left the per unit density recommended by the land use map. And then on the right, the per acre density that we're proposing. And so what you'll see is that in several of these areas, we're proposing fewer units than the land use map recommends. And, particularly this western portion here, that's 14 units an acre, we're proposing 8 there. And when you add up all these numbers, what it comes out to is that the land use map recommends up to 1,061 units, and we're proposing a max of 800. So we have that cap in our PUD text, and that was really to acknowledge the location of the site with all the existing development around and the lower density neighborhoods that are here, and to provide, even though of course it's more homes, it's more density than is adjacent, but it is less than what the land use map recommends. And then I know in the staff report, the Peakway improvements are a big part of this case. Actually, I think I had a couple more slides here. Anyway, the Peakway improvements are a big part of this case. And so we've worked a long time to figure out exactly what we're going to do here. Staff has recommended that we improve the length of our frontage to a 4-lane divided section. And we're okay with that conceptually, even though there is a UDO policy that would only require dedication of right-of-way. We're okay and understand the justification from staff that they really need developers to make these improvements across town. So it's not a financial issue. The concern is more the environmental impact of crossing the culverts and the time it's going to take to pursue the permits. And so I'd like to call Mr. Roach up to talk about that very briefly, what that process looks like.
Okay, Chairman Skinner, if I...
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jeff Roach at Peak Engineering and Design. Matthew's done a great job introducing it. In my 30 years of doing civil engineering design work, and Ms. Bird, you asked a great question. The Corps of Engineers is always looking for need when they ask about environmental impacts, whether it's a creek crossing, whether it's wetland impacts, whether it's roads, sewer, whatever the reason is. At this location, we cannot show the need to impact this stream, these two streams. There's a 60-inch pipe here, and there's a huge box culvert at this location. If the Peakway were already widened to 4 lanes north of us, we could show the need to connect. If there was traffic reasons, the volume wasn't there to make the connection, we could show that the connection needed to be made, and we could convince the Corps that it's a reasonable expectation that this road is needed now, and we could then get approvals to extend the box culvert, extend the 60-inch pipe, and do the work. The problem is we can't show that. We've talked to 2 separate environmental consultants. Neither one of them can show that. So we believe that there's no way we're going to get it permitted. The other thing that we're looking at is timing on this project. Our developer has a timeline for this. If this falls under a nationwide permit, just to give you guys some thresholds here, a nationwide permit is typically about a 60 to 90-day review process with the Army Corps of Engineers to obtain approvals. Okay. We expect these crossings to be relatively large, which would most likely kick this entire project into what's called an individual permit. An individual permit includes every state agency you can think of, from Fish and Wildlife to Army Corps to DWR and everybody else. That process is a minimum of 12 months. What happens is if we submit this to the state for an IP, for an individual permit, and they deny it, we go right back to the beginning. And what happens is this property falls out of contract, this property dies, this project dies completely. So our concern is that we're willing to do the improvements over and above what the ordinance currently states. The ordinance is very clear what has to be built. So our client is very willing to build the roadway improvements from Tingen Road heading west to align with the Salem Village entrance to do all that work. From that point west over to Padstone, if our developer is willing to pay the fee in lieu. We know it may only be a pittance if it's built in 30 years, but it is paying something. It's doing his fair share, and he's agreed to make the pedestrian connection. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand that this is not something we're trying to get out of. This is something we truly believe we cannot get approved through the Corps and DWR to get the environmental permits to make this work. So with that, I'll defer back to Matthew unless there's.
I got one point. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Roach, if I heard Russell Dalton right, the town would help with that application process. Did I misunderstand, Russell?
Make way for Russell.
No, you heard correctly. I mean, we sign as the applicant when it comes to collector streets and thoroughfares
Right.
on our transportation plan. Potentially, this could be a separate application. I think maybe the applicant can speak to that as how that process would be different.
Okay.
But we also provided in our recommended zoning conditions when we were working with the applicant a caveat that if it can't be permitted, like if they go through that process and present that and for some reason it can't be permitted, then at that point they could fall back to the fee in lieu alternative. But I don't know that they've done the due diligence yet to prove that. I mean, they can certainly speak on their own behalf.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be,
Yeah, and Russell and I have worked together to do this before in the past where the town has been an applicant. It still doesn't delay the timing, whether it's a town project or whether it's our project. We're still submitting to the Corps and twiddling our thumbs, waiting for the Corps and DWR to approve or deny this. It still puts the project in limbo, waiting for that information. Our recommendation is let us move forward. Let's pay the fee in lieu. We don't anticipate the Corps, even if the town is the applicant, we still don't anticipate the Corps saying, yes, we agree with these environmental impacts. We see the need for traffic. Because like I said, if the 4-lane were already there, then it'd be really easy to show the need were there, the traffic requirements were needed, and we're just connecting to an existing section. So
we're making assumptions though, right? Because again, I think if the town puts forward and we have an approved plan, I think that is going to weigh a lot heavier than Peak Engineering putting something forward.
Well,
may not into the individual plan and
I'll
real
wait.
quick. May not into the individual plan, and to be honest, we want it done right. And Mr. Roach, I understand that you and the developer would like it done in a timely fashion. We want it done right. And so I'm just going to ask that I hear the case that you're making, but I also hear you slightly dismissing what Russell's saying. So I would like you to more directly address it. I understand that you do not want the time that it is going to take, but we would like to also, I would like to also see it done right. And so my question would be, are we going to do it right, or are we going to do it on a timely basis? And again, if the town is putting forth their stamp of approval, I think that all the agency involved may move a little quick, although we did see on another case earlier how that doesn't always happen.
No offense to Russell's, the town doesn't matter when it comes to an individual permit, meaning that their timeline is their timeline. There's also a case that we just did. You guys all know Horton Park. Horton Park is on Jesse Drive. Jesse Drive is supposed to be a 4-lane road. We took the project through. We went to the Corps and applied for the ultimate box culvert. It was a 7x6 box culvert. We wanted to build the entire length, 120 feet. The Corps came back and said, no, what is the need for this box culvert? And our comment was, well, the ultimate section on the town's transportation plan was for a box culvert. The town said no to that. I'm sorry. The Army Corps said, no, you cannot show the need because the need today is for a 2-lane section. So all we're saying here is the need today, and the traffic engineer is there to answer the need question. The need for the Peakway at this point is not for a 4-lane section, and we're not connecting to another 4-lane section north of us either. So yes, I agree. We want to do it right. That's why we're willing to pay the fee in lieu, because we truly believe we can't get it permitted. So we want to do it right, Ms. Sherman, as well. And we've been working with staff with this, and we didn't want to hash this out with you guys. We don't want you to be the arbitrator between us and staff. And Mr. Johnson is walking up here because he has something to say as well. So I'll back off.
I hear that you don't want us to be the arbitrator, but you've come and asked that we not follow staff recommendations.
Well, we still have time, and we're working with staff as we continue to counsel as well. It's not a dead issue. I just want planning board to understand that this is a stickier issue than just saying apply for the permit. Go get it. So I just want that to be known to planning board.
Thank you.
Thanks. Chris Johnson, Director of Transportation Infrastructure Development. I just want to make sure y'all understand some of the things that conversations we're having. Again, we agree we would prefer to have had these before it got to this point. Some of the other issues that didn't get pointed out here is, although this may be providing some of the connectivity and some of the ultimate widening, there's also deficiencies in this. Even like if you look closely, there's only one lane going eastbound here. So the ultimate median is not even being built. It's removing pavement from the existing road that's out there today for the eastbound lanes to install median. So today, the southern half of their frontage is already built. And all we're trying to do is match that on the other side. But instead, we're actually removing some of that pavement, installing curb that will eventually later get ripped back out and that lane put back into place when the other two lanes are added to the north side. So it goes both ways, and that's where we're saying you don't want to waste a lot of money putting in this extra work from the developer that the town's going to come back and rip back out later. It could be completed as one project, and although there may not be the need there from a traffic capacity standpoint, you still have a need that you can add in like the right turn drop lane, and you're getting that median set so it doesn't have to be changed, or at least as much of it as you can possibly get built that doesn't have to be changed. And that's some of the conversations that we can have with DEQ along with the developer to try to hash that out. So I just want to make sure y'all understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter, you weren't done, correct? Because I had a question for you, but you weren't done.
No, you can ask it. You mean, is it related to this specific issue?
No, but
Okay.
you weren't done with your presentation.
Right. And so I just want to add to the Peakway issue. We are continuing to work with staff and desire to work with staff after this meeting. Part of the drive to get here was we do have contractual deadlines, and we had been in staff review for 6 months. And so we really needed to move to the next step. But we don't consider this issue final, but we did want to explain some of the constraints and what we were working under rather than just, we don't want to do it, which, I know oftentimes it sounds that way. But another consideration here, stepping back a bit, is that this project includes over $6 million of transportation improvements. And those are significant, including the over half a mile of the widening of Tingen Road, which I think it's important to remember that that's not a TIA recommendation, the Tingen widening. It's because the transportation plan shows it that way. So regardless of whether our TIA included Grace, we have to make those improvements. And then, the construction of the east-west major collector, which will connect to the Hobson site and ultimately to Perry Road, the traffic signal at the intersection of Apex Peakway and Tingen, the fee in lieu for the future signal at Perry and Apex Peakway, and then the widening that we are committing to along the Peakway. And so the concern is that all those improvements, if we move forward and commit in our PUD in writing that we'll build the full section for the length of our frontage, and it takes a year to get an answer from the Army Corps, it could kill the whole project. And, understandably, I know some people are worried about that, some aren't. But that would mean that all of these road improvements that go together with this project would also go away. And I think that's a big benefit here, is that this project is happening concurrently with the Grace site. Because I think the discussion earlier was what would happen, if Grace comes first or this project comes first. If this project were to go away and then Grace would develop, Tingen Road would still be a 2-lane rural street. And I don't think anyone thinks it's a good idea to pump out all that school traffic onto a 2-lane rural street. And so the idea that the developer can come and fund all of these transportation improvements that benefit this area, including Grace and other future development. And I know in the short term, it'll be a lot of construction at once, but we do feel like it's better, and it's better planning than allowing them to happen, subsequently, where you're having one site constructed, they do their road improvements, you have one more. And that's partially what led us to bring this case in as one PUD. It's a lot of acreage, and it could have come up as multiple development sites, but this allowed us to more comprehensively plan it, to really drill down on these improvements and the transportation plan amendments that have been worked through with staff. And so I just want to keep in mind that there's a lot more going on here than just this Peakway issue, and that we do hope to continue working it out with staff. And then just to wrap up, along with those transportation benefits, there are a lot of other benefits here. The case is overall consistent with the land use map. It's less density than the land use map recommends. It provides the mix of housing types that staff wanted. It provides 5% of the apartments as affordable units. It has off-site side path connections. One thing we've heard from a lot of neighbors in this area is that there's an issue now with pedestrian connectivity, that their kids and them are having issues walking in this area. And so with the side paths, with the light, with pedestrian crossings, that's going to get a lot better. I didn't mention this before, but we did limit, as June said, the apartments to 3 stories adjacent to those existing neighborhoods. So we've tried to work on the scale and consistency with existing neighborhoods, the no townhome condition. And then I added the last bullet because it'll be a pretty significant Parks and Rec fee here for this number of units. So we'll have the side pass, we'll have the RCA, the Greenway connections, and then we'll also be paying that Parks and Rec fee. And I know there have been a lot of requests sent to you, we've seen them too, to delay this case. And I understand the reasons that people see it and they think, more time is what we need. But the traffic study and the TIA and the other aspects of this case have been well vetted by staff and all of the different consultants, and we've spent a ton of time. And so we respectfully request your recommendation for approval and don't delay the case, because I don't think it would be fruitful. It could kill the whole project and the associated improvements. It's not to say that we're not going to keep working through some of these issues. We are, but I think we'd request that you move the case on tonight and allow us to continue to work. So thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Carpenter?
I have a few questions. This tract it's been vacant for years, obviously before Salem. A lot of people have taken a look at this and nobody can make it work. Is there a reason why now you guys think this is going to be any different than everybody that's tried it before?
Yeah, so as I understand it, there's a sewer issue here, obviously, and Jeff can interject if I state anything incorrectly, but we have sufficient capacity at the Salem Village pump station for the western portion of the project. East of Tingen Road, there's going to need to be some comprehensive solution among developers in the town to pay for improvements there. As I understand it from the broker, for years, Mr. Seymour was told by the town that there was no sewer capacity at all for his site. And so I think that is partially what went into the sort of delay. I think there would have been a lot more of these applications if he had known, had a better idea of the sewer situation.
So my question relates to density. I just want to make sure I understand. So you stated that collectively, and I didn't get it as quickly, that there is the number of units overall, the development will be less than is currently proposed. I understand that correctly?
Less than the land use map recommends.
I'm sorry, less
Yes.
than land use map, yes.
Yes.
I understand that overall, but placement matters.
Right.
Right. And so if you are changing a medium, if you're requesting a change from medium density to medium high, that's significant. And so and I apologize, Mr. Carpenter, I feel like I've said this to you before, it's disingenuous to represent that it is the same but different. Someone who is adjacent to a medium, and the land use map says medium residential, and you are requesting a medium high, it doesn't matter that the overall plan, right? It matters what is directly adjacent to my property that is in that medium, that is adjacent to the medium high. And so I just want to be clear for our neighbors that while, again, I think I understand that the overall project is significant, is less than what is listed on the proposed map, but the individual tracks are indeed, some of them are indeed different. And that is an important thing to note, and I think an important thing to state.
Yeah, well, and I did go through those changes pretty specifically. I explained why we relocated the multifamily district and that it is adjacent to Iron Gate. And so, I don't think I'm being disingenuous to say that, we are moving certain classifications and that this is the overall calculation. I still think that's a relevant point. I just, want to explain how we got there. And that was the point in, explaining the stream and the different site constraints. And some of those things that aren't always shown on the land use map that when you get into site design dictate where certain things go. So that was the point.
Understand the difference, understand why the change, but to state that, again, if I'm a neighbor that's adjacent to a medium density and all of a sudden you're requesting medium high, I don't care why, right?
And the
like that
opposite
is what
is
you're
happening.
asking.
The opposite's happening adjacent to Salem Village. In that portion adjacent to Salem Village, north of the Peakway, we're actually reducing density. So those folks would have been adjacent to multifamily, and now they're not going to be.
And so you will know from, again, being here before me, if it's on the land use map and it is medium high, I'm gonna go, hey, my neighbors, you need to look at the land use map and it says medium high. And I realize that that is not what you might want,
Right.
but that is medium high. So I hear you, and I just wanna state very clearly that the land use map is here for a reason. You can make proposal, the
Right.
board's gonna adjust, but I just, again, wanna be clear for our neighbors and ask that you are clear when you're in your explanation.
Right. I'm just curious, do you apply that same sort of logic to the portion west of Tension Road that we're reducing the density there?
Mr. Carpenter, you may not have been through me, before me enough. I've been here for a little while. I take the land use map. It's my Bible. I actually have it on my phone. Apologize, I've had to refer to my phone. My kids are home, my husband's not there. So I've had to look at my phone a couple of times, but I actually have it on my phone and I refer to it often. Right. I live in a part of Apex that has been growing and I'm thrilled at some of the growth that has happened, less thrilled at some of the other growth. But I have had it since the 2030 land use map on my phone. So yes, I actually do refer to it as the Bible. I hope and expect and try to educate my community around the fact that this is what it is. You need to understand. You need to understand where there are stub roads and why there are stub roads and what the UDO says. You need to understand what the different densities are. You need to understand what this forum is for. That is what I try to do. And so yes, regardless of what it is, regardless if we want to go up or we want to go down, I will make a point and follow what the land use map says.
Understood. That's what we aim to do too, so I get it.
Thank you.
One more question for you. We were talking about sewer, water. What were the connections like? So you said the southwestern quadrant versus the southeastern and then the northern quadrant. Where are they actually getting the sewer from?
So the sewer for the western side of Tension Road, so from this area over, are the red stars.
Okay.
They're existing sewer manholes that are sitting there that were built per ordinance to extend to the boundary. On the eastern side, the multifamily, there's a stub coming through Bradley Terrace here at Anterbury, the private street here. This is the existing Perry Road pump station. And then our goal is to connect down here as we work with Grace Christian with the Perry Road property, which is in this area right here. And that sewer line will end up going all the way down across US 1 as a gravity sewer all the way down to Big Branch 2, which is the pump station south of 540. It's part of the Viridia project. It's going through the Lenara project is doing some work down there, and it's part of the town's master plan for Big Branch 1, Big Branch 2.
Okay.
So there's a lot of horsepower, and these three projects really need to get together with some other property owners down south that are willing to work with us to get this gravity sewer put in, avoid another pump station, and take Perry Road offline. Does that answer?
Yeah, it does.
It was just a sewer question, wasn't a
Yeah,
water.
I'm just curious where the connections were.
Okay, yeah, all the red stars that are.
I have a question. Mine's more simple. The background traffic in the TIA report, how did the growth percentage come about? And the fast food restaurant in Viridia phase, was that accounted for as an example? Or is it truly going to be the restaurant there?
Good evening. Law Overcash with Kimley Horn. So the background traffic was determining consultation with the town and NCDOT, and we included the two developments. I think it's supposed to be a Chick-fil-A and then also Viridia Phase 1. That's the two background developments. And then we use a growth rate of 3% to apply up to the 2027 build year.
And then that 3% does not include Grace Christian, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, Grace Christian's study will come after, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question maybe for Matt or Jeff, maybe both, I don't know. I think this development has a lot of good things going for it, and there's a whole room of people here that are going to tell us there's just a lot of reasons probably it's not good. And I have a problem having a non-squeaky clean staff report because they can't approve it for something that you guys haven't 100% vetted with the Corps yet. I wish there was a condition that you guys could work with, and I'd even be willing to hear something tonight that would say that you're willing to work with the Town of Apex Transportation Group as the applicant through a nationwide permit 14 to extend that to make it a 4-lane. If it doesn't work as a nationwide and you have to go to an IP and it all dissolves, at least you tried, and at least we have an answer that says, okay, you guys get your cake or have your cake and eat it too, but if we don't do it now, you're not going to get it. And I think that's the point that Russell and Chris got up here and have been saying, and I've been saying it to a lot of my fellow planning board members, is every other jurisdiction in the county requires their half of the improvements. Apex is the only one that doesn't. We're the only one that are left behind when it comes to people with pitchforks that don't have traffic, or they all have traffic problems because the roads aren't built. They're all feed and loot at 10 cents on the dollar. So I think we just need to try.
Right. Build upon that and to elaborate on my other,
Can I answer the question first?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Aker, we're happy if the board would like to include a condition to the recommendation that would require us to work with staff to finalize some language that the town could be the applicant or through some other mechanism to apply for the Army Corps permits, because we're going to work with them over the next week or two anyway, and would appreciate your guidance and welcome that sort of condition to the recommendation. So,
I was going to elaborate and say that you asked me when would I not be in agreement. It would be when there is a significant benefit to the community at large. I am concerned in this juncture, and I appreciate, Ryan, you're suggesting that. I'm concerned that even with that recommendation coming from this body, that you've had that opportunity and you've turned down staff. And so I'm concerned that, I mean, great that we're going to put a stamp of approval on it and say, do this, but why did it have to come to us? And then it feels like it might not happen, that you all might not go through all the steps because you should have, you had the opportunity before, should have done it before, and now we are having to force that issue. So
yeah,
I would much rather it come back completed and clean and squeaky clean, and then that would be a solid case.
Right. Yeah. I think there are timing issues. I think it's a timing question, and we have been working on it. It's not that we just sort of sat there and then at the last minute popped up. It's taken a lot of engineering and road design to even get to be able to say, yes, we'll do this section here. And one of the issues I didn't even talk about was the cemetery adjacent to the Peakway and Tingen Road. And part of the concern there is that to widen to the ultimate section, the traffic engineers have said that it would require grading into the cemetery property. And the problem is, you can see this photo, we don't know exactly, we obviously don't own or control that site. It's an Apex First Baptist Church property. And so we don't know where the graves are, to be frank, and we don't have a current survey of that property. And so we're hesitant to commit to a condition that requires grading in this portion here that could require removal of a grave, which obviously is not permitted under Apex's ordinance. So that's more, again, another area that we're trying to understand, and we're getting closer. But we do have those contractual deadlines, and so we needed to move forward to planning board. But completely understand you feeling like, why'd you bring it here like this? So I get it.
Any other questions? If not, I'm going to move for a 10-minute recess and then come back and have the public hearing and then move on with the rest of the meeting. So I'm going to move for a 10-minute recess. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. So we will have a 10-minute recess and be back here at 7:25. motion that we reopen, and if I can have a second, please.
Second to reopen.
Second for Alyssa, and all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposing? All right, we were in the midst of item number 5, which was the rezoning application of case 23 CZ15, the Apex, excuse me, nope,
No, item 3.
wrong one, my bad. Rezoning case 23 CZ13, the Seymour Mixed PUD, and we had just wrapped up the comments with the applicant, and we were going to move to the public hearing section. I'm going to once again reiterate to the folks that you're limited to 3 minutes, not to be repetitive. If you prefer to have one person talk for you for the whole 9 minutes, that's great. All right. Lawrence Kevin.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Kevin. My home is at 1628 Salem Village Drive. I am a 2023 Apex Academia graduate. And based on my research and examination of the application for rezoning in the last month, I'm requesting to pump the brakes on the zoning review and approval process for the specific zoning request. The information must be collected and transparently reviewed by impacted Apex citizens and planning staff. I have identified significant gaps that need to be lawfully considered for large projects, and I'm considering this 80 acres as a large project that will impact thousands of current and future Apex residents. I'm still receiving data points and reports such as the Wake County School Impact Letter. I just received that last Thursday. It wasn't easily accessible. I kind of had someone kind of refer to me and say, you need to get this. Reviewing the plans, there's a large-scale infrastructure with no completion timetable. It actually was covered earlier today, specifically talking about the Highway 1 Veridia Bridge, which is a fixed 2-lane bridge located 700 meters from Widger Lane. I determined the 700 meters by using Google Earth. It took me 5 minutes. Perry Road Highway Interchange Bridge, which is still unfunded. You know, it can happen. A rough estimate based off the 1010 bridge expansion, which is a 2017 estimate, is $85 million. 2 NCDOT projects have cost that could exceed the total cost of the Seymour project. The Veridia Bridge 2-lane gauntlet, as the town of Apex traffic engineers explained to me, is not used in the traffic analysis because it's considered a segment and not a traffic controlled intersection. It is a natural traffic choke point. Also, what is an impact, it will also impact on emergency services response time, which is measured by the second. That's town systems that do that. So if the firefighters and police officers their performance is measured to the second on responses. Also, what is the impact? Okay, so I just covered that. The bridge further down on Veridia that crosses 540 is 6+ lanes wide. Perry Road is not an NCDOT project that could be 20 to 30 years out. We just don't know for completion. So we're gonna be subjected to 20 to 30 years of traffic until that's built out or there's a timetable. The Veridia project by itself is, that was listed in the application, lists 11,000 residential units in the, and so we're talking about additional 11,000 units that's gonna be across the freeway. And that number probably could go up because just in August, there was a press release saying because it's a PUD zoning, they actually are increasing the density. So whatever planning, and then they turn around increasing the density.
Thank you.
Infrastructure, so that I'd love to talk more. My time is available as a service to this zoning and to this town to get the information correct. So you guys can make the most educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Daniel Senko.
Well, I wrote good afternoon, members of the planning board, but that's not true anymore. Dan Senko, 1508 Taylor Drive. And like the radio, first time caller, long time listener. My point is regarding the land use map. I like some of your comments, Tina. I started investigating land use map, looking into the high-density residential that was being proposed in the southeast quadrant, and those apartments that were proposed, and looking at, of the 3 parcels, where that density was actually approved. And in the land use map, it shows in the northwest segment, high-density residential. But as I dug into that, and as I looked at the minutes from this board in 2021 for transit-oriented development, and yes, I'm just a little bit nervous, there aren't minutes that approve high-density residential. There's medium high density, but it's not there. I talked to a couple of the planners, and we've been unable to get under that. So I think that's a little bit unusual and something that's worth looking at. I was concerned about transit-oriented development from a usage perspective, as was proposed for where those, location. The apartments are the farthest away from existing bus stops. So whether or not that made sense. Since heard that they were going to add 2 bus stops along Tingen Road, kind of mitigates that a little bit, but that was something that was on my mind originally. And lastly was the commercial services that are being proposed. My perspective when I looked at it was, what did I write down here? 33-acre parcel, and they're proposing commercial services just on 2 acres. And do we really want to create an island of commercial services along Tingen Road amongst all the rest of this development? May be appropriate, but my comment seemed like it was misfitting of the application. So those are the things that I wanted to address today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Joseph Meyer Selman.
So I have handouts. Distribute those. If I could just give you a second to get them. Okay. Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sure, it's very similar to what you were emailed with.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'm Joseph Mayer Salmon from 1971 Drumlin Drive, and I'm here representing Drumlin Drive. So I guess I'll say next page, and you can see me flip the page as well. So I have a couple of zoning condition requests related to Drumlin Drive. The first is about not extending it and instead creating connectivity with a sidewalk or a greenway. And I'm going to show you a little bit about how that's not essential to have that vehicular connectivity. I want to just take a quick look at it, and most importantly, for safety of people playing on that street. And next page. As I talked about, it's not essential, I believe, to have that vehicular connectivity because there are 3 stub streets in close vicinity there, and the other 2 are connecting actually within 300 feet there. So we're proposing, or I'm proposing, a sidewalk there in green. You can see the stub streets in red. Next page. Sorry, I have to go so fast. I only have 3 minutes. As you will also see, those other 2 stub streets have markings on them indicating they're a stub street. There are no markings on Drumlin Drive, nor have there ever been any markings on Drumlin Drive that it is a stub street. Next page. It has been built and utilized as a cul-de-sac for a decade. Traffic flows around it in a circle. There's an island in the middle. It is also less than 600 feet long. Those vehicles that go around it include even the garbage truck that does it without having to back up. Next page. Drumlin Drive has 150 feet of frontage with an HOA maintained open space. So today, kids of all ages, and I really mean all ages, as I'll show you later, come here to play in this area. So once we connect Ticehurst and Hawks Drive, this will really be the only safe space in this area of the neighborhood to congregate and play. Next page. So this is a picture. I know it looks staged, but it wasn't. I just took my camera out one day in October. I can tell it's October because of the inflatables. Playing sports in the street. There's actually 3 games going on here. There's volleyball, there's baseball, and there's football going on. And this is just how this space is used on a regular basis. And if cars come through here, if it became connected, this just wouldn't be a safe space anymore. All right, next page. I understand, of course, the UDO requires connection. I tried to make a case about how there's a unique situation for Drumlin Drive, but in the event it is impossible, I like to think nothing's impossible, but in the event it's impossible, we want to request a indirect connection. And this is one proposal about doing an indirect connection off Drumlin and the other stub streets. Next page. One other quick thing I wanted to talk about is changing the buffer to 30-foot type A and having 2-story townhomes along the property line. This is very similar to what was done at Depot 499, which is also along single-family homes, just like Salem Village. Thank you, and sorry I went 5 seconds over.
Thank you, sir. James O'Hara.
James O'Hara, 68 James Street. Thank you, board members, for your time today. My name is James O'Hara. I'm a mayor's intern, an Apex Friendship High School senior, and a resident of Salem Village. While the developers are framing this as a positive change, it is clear that the members of our town are sick of this overdevelopment and do not want more. The reasoning for this is clear. This overdevelopment is ruining Apex. There's noticeably more traffic, we're losing hundreds of acres of trees, schools are overcrowded, and we're facing an ever-worsening quality of life. I understand that this board is doing its best to provide the right recommendations to accommodate this development, but the best we can do is not enough. These problems are not occurring because of slowly developing infrastructure, but rather because of the excessive development of housing with a focus on developers and not the citizens of Apex. I would like to remind you all of Apex's community goals: a welcoming community, high-performing government, environmental leadership, responsible development, and economic vitality. However, by irresponsibly allowing the rezoning and further development of Apex, the government is failing in 3 of these goals. First, high-performing government. One of its criteria is providing customer service. Customer-focused service. That means approving and recommending legislation that is supported by the citizens of Apex, not the developers of Apex. Given the petition with over 500 signatures against this rezoning and the outcry by the citizens against this development and many others in this meeting, that criteria isn't being met, meaning Apex is failing as a high-performing government. Secondly, responsible development. The 2 criteria we don't meet here are plan for and invest in future in infrastructure and balance the impacts of growth and development. While the town is investing in infrastructure, it is being wildly outpaced by housing development. It is also clear that there is no balance between growth and development with all the new housing. There are no new lanes on roads and that struggle with subsequent traffic or development promised on promised projects that would alleviate the stress of many roads like the Peakway project. This means Apex isn't developing responsibly either. Third is environmental leadership. If our goal is to lead Wake County and North Carolina in destroying the environment and wildlife, we are certainly succeeding. This rezoning would only allow for the destruction of 40 needed acres of trees, which are increasingly necessary given the amount of wildlife that has been destroyed for developers in the past year. Again, we fail in environmental leadership as we don't preserve natural resources and habitats. Board members, please do not recommend this rezoning to town council. This rezoning solely has the interest of developers at heart while neglecting the thousands of people this would affect. Even with the Road Improvements Board, I challenge you to find one non-developer resident of a neighboring neighborhood who supports this development. If the board keeps recommending harmful developments like this one and falling short of the town's goals, there is truly no hope for me and many of the other youth to return to Apex as adults because it has been ruined by overdevelopment. Do not rezone this land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Sean Lou.
Hi, my name is Sean Liu, and I've lived at 1663 Padstone for almost 10 years now in our wonderful town of Apex. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee Board, I'm grateful to you for hearing our concerns and weighing the safety and quality of life of our Apex community, fairly working with the interests of the developer. Quick note, please don't touch the graves. That's insanely disrespectful. Please leave them as is. So I just wanted to share, could we please pull up the slide that shows Apex Peakway? There's a slide that shows like the Peakway. There's like a curve. Is there any way we could, I don't know if there's that one right there. There you go. So just to let you know, as I mentioned, I live on Padstone. If you go up and make a left right there and go down for about 12 seconds, you're at my house. So to give you perspective, this is where I live. This is the intersection I pass by most every day. What we can't see in this picture right here is that there's a crosswalk right there. Salem Village is like this big and it's like split down the middle with the Peakway. That crosswalk connects the kids on this side of the community with the kids on the other side of the community. And as is, I don't know how many people have driven from the top of the Peakway to Tingen Road, but it's kind of got an elevation, you know, and cars kind of speed. They shouldn't speed, but they do anyway. Well, when you add what we affectionately not so affectionately, in our community call the Monster Bridge, so it's going to have this giant bridge with high elevation, and then going down the Peakway, we're expecting very, very, very high speeds as is. So just to share with you, I'm a father of 8, brought home 6 kids to the house that I live in now, and we do not plan to move. We love Apex. We love everything about it. We love being here. Simultaneously, being on Padstone, cars go kind of fast down as is, and I'm deeply concerned. My wife and I are deeply concerned for the safety of the children, pedestrians, bikers. Joggers come to our neighborhood, park their cars, and jog in our neighborhood because it's safer. That's changing over time. And we're just worried about the increased risks that will arise from the construction traffic, vendors, and not to mention noise and inconvenience. And sadly, as we all remember, we lost a 10-year-old on a scooter to a vehicle less than a year ago. I believe that was Woodall Estates. Let's not repeat that again. I really hope the planning priorities and focus of the direction and leadership for our town place the physical safety of our children first and foremost. And I'm concerned that we're not moving in that direction right now. People will be cutting through the neighborhoods, and with it splitting in half, it's just getting more dangerous over time. On just a quick note, we were talking earlier, there was discussion, I think it was Mr. Dalton and other people, about the pumps. I had spoken with Standard Pacific, who was the original developer for Salem Village, because we were one of the first people that moved in. And the reason why Salem Village had larger lots, they called them estates, is because they were running out of sewage. The pump station couldn't do more. So they changed their plans to have fewer homes on larger lots, because they had expected to build more homes. They can make more money per house, but they ended up doing larger lots and selling it that way for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Lou.
So, am I out of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate it, thank you.
Liberty Hill.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Liberty Hill and I live at 2027 Stanwood Drive. I've lived here for 10 years and I'm here to express my concern against this zoning reapplication. I'd like to start with the Town of Apex mission statement. The mission statement says, provide exceptional public service that cultivates the opportunity for the individual and the community to live, thrive, and reach their peak. I live within 300 feet of this potential development with my family. I feel this development will negatively affect our quality of life and the ecosystem surrounding our home. I would like to specifically address these ecological effects and the tree canopy decrease impacting our home. There are many wild animals that live in and around this area. We see many birds, deer, including an albino deer, possum, raccoon, fox, and coyote around Salem Village. These animals will surely lose their habitat. In addition to loss of habitat, we will also lose wildflowers that support the pollinator population. The Fish and Wildlife Service has identified 3 endangered species potentially affected within these sites. There's a woodpecker, a specific fish, and a sumac tree. We also see bald eagles flying over this land regularly. In addition to these endangered species, there are also one proposed endangered species, the tricolored bat, which we see bats every night. And also we see monarch butterflies, which are listed as a candidate for endangerment very soon. The current tree line provides these species habitats, and the fields provide foraging habitat for the bats. There is much concern over the bat population in North Carolina, which has been decimated by white noise syndrome. As presented at the September Town of Apex Council meeting, the assessment of the Wake County tree canopy was completed in 2023. This assessment compared the tree canopy from 2010 to 2020, and it showed what changed. Now, Wake County as a whole lost 3% of tree canopy. Apex lost 15% of tree canopy. I don't think that's a designation Apex wants. I don't think we want that on our signs welcoming you to town. Okay, so I think it's important now we be proactive to protect our tree canopy rather than reactive. It's not a problem yet, but let's keep it that way. All right, so why are trees important? Obviously, they clean the air we breathe, they filter the water we drink, and they help mitigate the change of climate. These are all very important things. Currently, Apex's tree canopy is valued at $131 million. That's an asset we can't get back overnight. It takes years and years to replenish that. So let's consider that when we zone this property. And I'd also just like to say there's a lot of old growth on this land that will take hundreds of years to recoup. I have 9 seconds. That tree, that big tree, I wanted to save that tree. I'm sad that it's not going to be saved, but there are other trees almost just as big that cannot be replaced in the near future. So let's let these trees reach their peak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Money. Justin Money. Stephen Latour.
My name is Stephen Latour. I live at 1560 Ticehurst Lane in Salem Village, just to the west of Tract 3, the southwest area of the proposed development. I have several concerns about the application for this mixed-use PUD. In general, I believe the plan does not reflect compatibility with the as-built condition of Salem Village, and in that way will have negative impacts on the quality of life for existing residents. There are two specific concerns that I have. One is the creation of street connections between the proposed development in Salem Village at Ticehurst Lane, Drumlin Drive, and Hawks Drive. You've already heard about Drumlin Drive. But there are general problems with these streets that don't make them suitable for stub connections. And I frankly do not understand why there's some absolute requirement this occur when the streets as built in Salem Village don't support this. Here are the issues. They are not designated collectors in the Apex Street Collector Plan, and the street to which traffic from these streets flows, Salem Village Drive, is not a designated collector as well. These streets are too narrow to have a connection to another subdivision, which would of course create more traffic. When cars are parked on just one side of these streets, only one lane of travel is feasible. So having a connection and having more traffic is going to be problematic. In addition, these streets have sidewalks on only one side. With increased traffic from Seymour PUD, children, disabled persons, and people pushing strollers who must cross the street to access the sidewalk will be put at increased risk. Simply put, the streets as built in Salem Village are not appropriate for stub connections. My second major concern is the proposed minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. I believe that's too small, not in general, but in areas that are close to Salem Village. As one of you said, placement matters. Lots in Salem Village in the area bordering this tract range in size from 7,800 feet to about 10,500 square feet. To be consistent with Salem Village in that area, I believe the lots in Tract 3 that are within 200 feet of Salem Village should have a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. 5,000 square feet in other areas, but placement does matter. They need to be larger lots close to Salem Village, and I think 200 square feet is about right. Similarly, the developer's proposal to have a minimum distance of only 65 feet between townhomes and Salem Village should be increased. 65 feet is just a little more than one typical lot width in Salem Village. It should be 200 feet. If you look at Haddon Hall, for example, distances between townhomes and single-family residences range from 125 to 260 feet, and there are mature trees planted next to the townhomes. The Seymour developer has said nothing about screening using these trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Latour. Kathy Worst.
Hello, my name is Kathy Worst, and I live with my family at 1636 Salem Village Drive. We have many concerns today regarding this proposed rezoning application, and today I'm going to express our concerns about unreconciled stormwater management. According to the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality website, stormwater management is the process of controlling stormwater runoff that comes primarily from impervious surfaces like parking lots, driveways, and rooftops. The amount and flow rate of stormwater increases when an area is developed. Areas considered to be natural areas typically allow 90% or more of runoff to infiltrate into the ground. In a highly developed area, only about 50% of runoff infiltrates into the ground. In reference to the parcel north of Apex Peakway, west of Tingen Road, currently zoned residential agricultural, the current request for higher density rezoning would change this parcel from natural area to highly developed, according to the NCDEQ website. The undeveloped resource conservation area that exists between Salem Village Drive and Padstone is downstream from the parcel that I just mentioned. In its current undeveloped state, even with expected 90% infiltration rates, the RCA and its creek regularly floods and stays swampy with moderate levels of rain. For example, the rain that we had on Saturday, which was less than an inch, created ponding behind the houses on Salem Village Drive. In previous rain events, moderate precipitation has resulted in streams of water through the backyards in the creek that runs through the middle of the RCA. I do have pictures and videos that I didn't bring today, but I'm happy to share them if you'd like to see them. Trees and ground cover that currently absorb stormwater today will be removed or destroyed with the proposed higher density development plans for the upstream parcel, along with the potential of the proposed continuation of a Town of Apex Greenway to run through the Salem Village RCA. This in turn will direct even more runoff stormwater into the Salem Village RCA. If an issue already exists today with runoff downstream from the currently undeveloped parcel, what specific provisions in this rezoning request will make up for the greatly increased amount of runoff stormwater, and how will that be effectively diverted? Without explicit water redirection plans, flooding will increase in all downstream areas, including backyards of both Salem Village Drive and Padstone. New development should not exacerbate existing problems. It should be a benefit to current and future residents and not a detriment to existing residents. Without a final density plan and with many unanswered questions, it is our strong belief that more time and data is needed to understand how stormwater will be effectively handled. In addition, engineering solutions need to be presented addressing these problems. Please reconsider reducing the proposed densities, which will ultimately create a balance for existing proud Apex residents, such as my family, and all future Apex neighbors. We want Apex to remain the peak of good living for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Forrest. Frank Bianco.
Yes, good evening. My name is Frank Bianco, live on Ticehurst Lane, Salem Village resident for the past 10 years. I just have one concern about the application of the Seymour Mixed-Use Overdevelopment Project. I object to the developer proposing the possibility of clover lawns and a declaration provision that would prohibit their homeowners association from adopting a rule that would prevent owners from having clover lawns. Clover is cheap to plant, but is an unsightly weed and agricultural cover crop not appropriate for lawns. It produces numerous seeds that will likely drift onto the lots and common areas of Salem Village. These lawns are planted with Bermuda grass or zoysia grass. Invasive clover will make maintenance more difficult for Salem Village owners and the Owners Association. Yes, clover requires little water, but Bermuda grass also requires little water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bettina Dam.
My name is Bettina Dan. My home is at 1628 Salem Village Drive. I am here today to speak about Wake County public school capacity. A letter date October 30th, 2023 for Wake County Public School was delivered to the town of Apex and said there was no school capacity for the proposed rezoning development 23 CC 13 Seymour mixed use application of the proposal of new 800 units. It clearly states insufficient capacity at every grade level, elementary, middle, high school. Future constructions don't address middle school at all. Obtaining this response for Wake County was not easy. It wasn't available through any link. We had to source it independently and only received last Thursday. The information in this letter directly contradicts what was presented by the developer lawyer meeting that we had by Zoom on December 23. This inconsistency is a red flag and doubt of the transparency of these applications because the inadequate school capacity, the developed solution, is assigned to the future students to the school are not close to the development, more than 5 miles away. Let me paint a vivid picture of you. Imagine our young ones, our kids, spending 30 minutes on the bus each way. Totally 1 hour every single day. School calendar demand 180 days a year. That's meaning our kids, not the developer kids, not the people who want to authorize and approve this rezoning. It's our kids are about lose almost 8 precious days annually confined to the school bus. Some of the schools are practically walking distance of the development, like Apex Elementary School. It is simple unacceptable. We must stand up and say, no, our children deserve better. No 30 minutes, 8 days in the bus. Apex growth is a shared design? Yes. But let's be strategic. Board meeting. Apex consuls. These forums demand responsibility. Represent the majority's benefit. Make the decision based in solid data. City councils, members, your signature shape our future respectfully. We urge you to consider all the data and the discovery present today for a fair and well-informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Sam Nye.
Good evening, Sam Nye, 1576 Salem Village Drive.
Good evening.
I'm here today mainly to talk for my friends that live on Drumlin Drive. We've looked at the site plan that was put together, and in the different meetings with the developer, the attorney, the thing that always stuck out to me was avoiding cut-through connections through our neighborhood. When the Peakway starts taking that traffic that doesn't want to take 55, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of cut-through traffic for people from Holly Springs. They're going to be coming down Apex Peakway and looking to take a ride on Tingen. So what I would like to see is a connection where the ride in, ride out on Tingen and those stub streets from Drumlin and Ticehurst aren't aligned. And I know that gets into a traffic thing, and Russell would have to approve it, but some way to make it as circuitous as possible to get through our neighborhood so that when Peakway does back up in the future, because, I ride US 1 all the time, and there's a lot of people from Holly Springs trying to cut through different ways through our town to get out, and all good, but I want to make sure our neighborhood isn't one of those easy cut throughs. As many times as we can stop and start those people through the neighborhood and still maintain that connection. And then there's 3 connections to that southwest quadrant. I think that's, I don't know, I'm a civil engineer, I do this for a living. That's a lot of connections. There's about 350 feet between Drumlin and Ticehurst. And then as the property line goes, like 308 feet between the center line of Ticehurst and Hawkeyes, right? So I don't know why when Withers laid this out back in the day, they did that's probably to get some more lots, but it doesn't seem like that neighbor needs 3 connections. If there's any way that we could have 2 connections and have, either staff support of that or the future board vote on that, I think that would really help the people on Drumlin. And then the last thing, there's a huge grade difference between the grade of Drumlin Drive and then the grade of the center of the field. There's a 16-foot grade difference between those two. And talking to Stephen, who's on the very edge, he's really concerned about having properties a lot higher than him, just from a vantage and everything. So if there's any way to limit that height up just along the people along, there's the timer, along Salem Village Drive, not along Salem Village Drive, along the properties along Ticehurst, they would really appreciate an increased buffer, so it's not 15 feet, maybe it's 30.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Melody Thompson.
Hello again. I'm Charity Thompson, 204 Antiberry Drive, and I'm in the Bradley Terrace neighborhood. I'm also actually on the board of our HOA, and so one of the things I would like to address is Antiberry Drive. The back of our properties will be adjacent to this new development, and we currently already have many drainage issues in our neighborhood, and I know that because I'm on the board. Our HOA has to spend quite a substantial amount of money to fix the drainage issues that our developer didn't do right. The grading was not done right on our property. And so I know what I'm saying when they overpromise and underdevelop. We're already dealing with stormwater runoff. So what I'm concerned with is the back of our property sits so that the development will be slightly uphill from us. And I'm worried that we will also have rain runoff from this property too. And so when you're considering this proposal for the rezoning, I really hope you will take into consideration that it may cause more issues, or that you can make some type of strong guarantees that we will not have to deal with runoff coming from this property also. I don't know what it looks like, and it seems to me that if they were sincere and really wanting to do what's best for the community, that they would have already had these things done with the civil engineers, with the Army Corps of Engineers. That kind of worries me that the pictures look great. It's a pretty picture. I love the bicycle lanes, but I'm not sure that we'll really get what they're saying. I think it'll be done at the lowest cost possible, and that may be to our detriment. Again, it will directly affect me because our property and my neighbor's property, all of us along Antiberry Drive there, we sit downhill. We already have ponding water when we get a heavy rain. I just don't know how this is going to affect it too. Also, no one else has mentioned, and I know it's not in this direct location, but and I didn't come prepared to speak, or I would have more exact, wouldn't be so vague. But up above us on Antiberry Drive, on Apex Peakway across from Walmart, there's a development that's already being done there, and it should be completed probably, I would imagine, the end of this year. I'm not sure how many, I think it's apartments and townhomes there. We're gonna have at least 500 more cars right there on the roads, and that's Perry Road and that's Tingen Road, that's Apex Peakway. It's across from Walmart. It's that new one they're building there. You guys approved it, so you probably know the name of it. I can't recall it off the top of my head. But has that been considered, that traffic there? Because that's also gonna affect the Tingen Road area there. All of that, the Perry Road area, that's already gonna be a lot more traffic when that's completed. So I don't know if that was taken into consideration, but please consider that also before you vote. And there was a development in Raleigh, and they're fighting, their HOA is having to fight because an existing HOA, a developer came in and they built beside them, and they're having flooding issues. And they're still in litigation as far as I know.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wanting to speak on this item that has not signed in? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion and a possible motion.
I've got a few questions. Is it Terry? Charity, I'm sorry. How many folks are part of the Bradley Terrace here today? Just two of you guys? Okay.
There's more online, and some sent in questions. We saw that earlier.
Okay. It seems like that whole property line, there's a large contingent. I just figured it proportionately there would have been more. But actually, I'll forego my questions for a minute. I'm gonna have a few more, but I'd like to hear from other board members.
I hear there's a timeline. I understand that. I'm most concerned about doing this right. And so I know that there are other folks on the board who are more empathetic towards the timeline from the developer. I am not. And so I will not be voting in support of this. There's a lot that needs to be cleaned up that could have been done before it came to us. I hear that there's a potential discussion for a proposed condition to go forth, but I'm of the opinion of why didn't we have this cleaned up before? And I have to see if we're going to shift what is on the land use map that is before the community. I need to see a significant benefit to the community, and I'm not seeing it with this project.
Do you have any motions, any recommendations, one way or another?
I had a few more questions. I guess one of the questions I had was Mr. Nye had a good point about the several stub connections. Is it possible, I guess this would be a staff comment, would it be possible for them to drop one of those if there's an existing stub, or do they have to make that connection if there's 3 stubs?
I'm going to answer that. So per the UDO, all 3 would need to be connected. They would need a zoning condition not requiring a connection in order to not make the connection. It's required in the UDO. When they come in for their subdivision, they will be required to connect to all 3. So if there's any desire by...
Would staff support a condition? Or you couldn't because the UDO...
We do not support not connecting stub streets because everyone in every neighborhood asks us not to connect.
Yep.
I'm happy to make a motion. I mean, you all know where I'm leaning, so I'm happy to make a motion I gotta look up happy to make a motion to,
Tina, I don't mean to interrupt, but we do need 2 motions. So on the transportation plan and the rezoning, and
do you need them in a particular order?
We do. The transportation plan has to be first.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for that.
Do we need to make that? Do we need to make that motion and vote on that before we make another motion and vote on that? Vote on the second one. Do we need to do them sequentially and vote on them separately, or can I combine both of them?
The public hearings were not open together, so I think they need to be separate votes. But if you all want to talk about what you would vote on the rezoning, if that informs the transportation plan, I think that's fine.
Well, before we vote, this one is not clean. It is nowhere near clean. We get that. But there's a lot of benefits to the infrastructure. There's many millions of dollars are being spent here that are drastically going to affect the school to the south. Like the less density, like there are 261 units less than allowable. That's significant. Pedestrian connectivity, the limit to 3 stories, the RCA side pass, the fee in lieu for the RECs. I kind of agree with Mr. Akers on the some sort of agreement on the 4-lane that needs to be worked out for the Peakway. But other than that, if they don't do this, then the charter school is really going to be in a bad spot, because now everything's going to be worse than what it is with this infrastructure in place. Charter boat's going to, and then we're going to have 2-lane road. And I agree it's not clean, it's not perfect, but that's probably why this property's been sitting here all this long, or it would have developed decades ago if it was perfect. That's the reason it hadn't developed yet. And all the neighboring properties have. I agree it's not perfect, but if there could be something, some sort of agreement on the 4-lane for the Peakway, I believe I'd be in support of it.
So the 4-lane for the Peakway is one portion, but Tingen Road only being 3 lanes, to me, is a problem, especially if we're gonna bottleneck at that bridge at the bottom of Tingen crossing over US 1.
And I was thinking it really needed to be 4-lane too.
Yeah,
till we got to the
it needs to be
issue of
4
2
lanes.
till we got to
Because
the-
folks now come from Apex and they shoot straight through Holly Springs down in the Fuquay, instead of being on 55.
Oh, I would agree to that also.
Chair, my position on that is contrarian. I think that a single lane median divided might not carry as many vehicles, but us being a Vision Zero city, I think one of the members here astutely pointed out we had a young death premature because people were driving, they're not paying attention, they're on their phone, they have these wide streets, you drive fast, slow them down. A little friction isn't a bad thing when people drive a little slower.
Agreed.
You know, we also have street trees now in the city. We're trying to slow people down. We want to be more pedestrian friendly. The way to do that is to make people less dependent on cars and to slow them down. And the way you do that is through density, use narrower street sections. And I know a lot of the people here in the audience don't want to hear density. I'm going to put on my planner hat for a minute and say that we have an opportunity here just north of Viridia West Village, which is zoned for up to 3 million square feet. I mean, that's North Hills times 2 right there. And so you're transitioning out to something that's going to be multifamily, smaller townhomes, attached units, more affordable. They even proffered an affordable condition on the multifamily. I think there's a lot of good things for this development for the town of Apex, right off of US Highway 1, right off I-540, right off Highway 64. I mean, this is where jobs can be here and people can work and live and play in the same place. This is what Apex needs, but there are some things wrong with it. And I think without that condition from the applicant to work on a 4-lane section, I mean, for all the reasons that I just mentioned, West Village on Viridia, East Village on Viridia, the school, whatever's between the school and Salem subdivision, there's going to be density here. We need a robust street system that can take, 4-lane section. So I think we need to have that culvert figured out.
A lot of dead city, Tingen Road is going all industrial, all that's just left. That's coming. It's coming. So
Public
it's-
comment section is closed, sir.
It's a quick one. I didn't
The public comment section is closed.
Great schools on both sides of the street.
The public comment section is closed, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. As you were saying, Ryan?
No, I mean, he has a point about schools, and that's why I think, regional planning is a thing. And we had great staff here at Apex that are thinking about this, but for that one element on the Peakway, we would have had a clean support from staff. And I have a problem going against staff. So I'd like to hear from the applicant if they're willing to condition a zoning condition that would allow us to get staff support to have a clean report.
Yes, is the answer, Mr. Akers. We're happy to follow any recommendation you want to draft it. I don't know about the exact language, but we're going to meet with transportation staff, and if the recommendation will say something like, agree to the the full section for caveats for the Army Corps permits, or something similar, I think we'd be fine with that. So,
I guess I'm going to look at you, Russell. If they were to have a condition that says they would build the full section pending the Corps denies an applicant or the permit, would that be satisfactory to remove the non-support from staff?
I think it's kind of a loaded question, and so the language is going to have to be looked at by both sides, because what I've heard earlier was, well, if this goes into an IP, everything's done. There's different ways this could be handled, and I understand the applicant's issues with the timing with respect to the development. There's also ways that we might be able to work the widenings into the timing as well. We've got other situations on other projects where frontage improvements have been staggered and done with different phases. So we could work out something. We just want to make sure that the wording matches up, and it's not just, if this doesn't pan out with a nationwide, we're automatically out. Because those are the kind of conversations we have to have with everybody at the table.
So it sounds like you could not agree to a recommendation given from this board because both parties would have to, which I think goes back to my, maybe this should go back, have the recommendation fully supported by staff before it comes to us.
Yeah, I think it'll require some dialogue.
So it sounds like you might
between
want
staff
to
and the
withdraw
applicant. I don't
this?
know
Is
that I
that what I'm
would be
hearing?
comfortable with.
So it sounds like you might want to withdraw this and talk with staff, right? So what I'm saying is that I hear from the board, I'm not in favor, but I'm hearing from the board that folks are willing to put forth language. I would look to Russell and go, Russell, what would ideal language look like? I'm not sure Russell can commit, maybe he can. If he commits, are you willing to say yes? I'm not hearing that if Russell comes up here and gives us language, that you're willing to commit right now.
I'm not willing to commit. I think we
Okay,
need to have.
that is very helpful to
The
know.
reason I'm saying that is because it's not just a transportation discussion, it's also a stormwater discussion. And
So-
so we need staff from those sections as well.
So I'm wondering if you might be willing to withdraw this until you have some
I
firm
think I'm in the position to withdraw it. That's a board decision.
applicants willing to withdraw it until we have some firm language.
No, we're not withdrawing the application, but the recommendation, if it said something like, provided the applicant, develops language that staff supports, if you want to say staff is comfortable with the language that we will develop over the next couple of weeks, I think that would be fine. But getting the exact language right now is going to just cause problems, I think.
But haven't we tried that route? I think that's where I'm stuck. We've tried that route and that route hasn't worked. That's how we landed here.
This is not the
So-
end of it, though. It's not the last.
Okay. I mean, again, I'm of the opinion here that we have tried this route.
I understand.
So I'm looking at Russell going, is there language? And it doesn't sound like there is.
So it sounds like we need to have a motion that actually tables this to go back to work with staff. Is that what I'm hearing?
Or could you work with staff before, when town council was it?
Right.
The 23rd.
Okay, so.
Yep.
So we got a couple of weeks before we
A
go to
couple
town
weeks.
council.
Yep.
So you're saying no vote, or you're saying?
How do we get language that gets this all bundled up nice and tight before it goes to town council if we're moving forward? Is that what we're saying?
Now, is this for item 2 and 3, or is it just one for one of the items?
It sounds like we have to vote on numbers 2 and 3, but they are decoupled.
Yeah, but it sounds like it would have to be, if we're waiting on language, it sounds
Right.
like item 2 and 3 would
Would
have
have
to
to be
wait.
paused.
But from my position here, there's more than just one issue, which is the culvert. So if we say no vote based upon agreement between the town, that doesn't have my support. There's a litany of things that I think that there's some flaws here. Number one, I just got to get this off. Please don't ever use the language that you have contractual deadlines. That is not, I understand that the landowner and the developer are under a contract and there's a deadline and there's money to exchange. But that does not fall on the shoulders or should not burden the citizens of Apex. It's just not something that. I have concerns about the Peakway widening. Obviously, we want to get an agreement here. I do believe that's something that should get done, and staff needs to have support of this. If we don't do it now, I'm afraid it won't get done. I understand that Gray School could not perform or could not give any type of traffic impact analysis at this point because it's not submitted. I understand that, but it's a great concern of mine. These children are not being bussed in, they're being driven in by their parents, and some of them are old enough to drive in. I believe that the traffic is gonna warrant having 4 lanes on Tingen Road, my opinion. lastly, I asked a question too about the stubs for the sewer and water. And I'm wondering why this, we have three quadrants of this intersection. And why is it that this project couldn't be phased out to give time, okay, in that northwest quadrant? Why is that that seems to, in that section there, it seems to be the problem with the widening of the Apex Peakway, right? Why is it that that could not be pulled out of this and the south section be talked about? Sure. And it probably has something to do with the landowner who owns all of it. It's either all or nothing.
No, it's a permit. Army Corps. Yeah, the Army Corps permit is required to go in once. So we have to get an Army Corps permit. If we deal with staff, we can delay it. So working out the issue with staff, we can delay whatever gets done to do a separate permit just for that Peakway property. As long as staff is supportive of them signing as the applicant, we don't care. I say we don't care, but you know what I'm saying. We can submit that application under the town's name as a Peakway project.
They don't want to put it under them.
So
I don't know who's, yeah.
Public comment section's closed, sir.
So we don't have a preference either way. The concern is how long it's going to take us to go through that process. And like you said, contractual deadlines don't matter to the town and the staff, but they sure as heck matter to the guy who's got to buy the property. And it sure as heck matters to Mr. Seymour, who owns this property and has for decades. So I get your point, but we're willing to work with you guys, however. But these are not items that we go into depth at zoning. We don't look at utility capacity. We don't look at utility slopes. We don't look at all these details. We don't get into filing an individual permit because we have no idea if the zoning is going to even get approved. So we have to figure out how far into the design do we go to answer the question that you guys are answering tonight. A lot of these things get worked out at site plans and construction drawings. This is a sticky issue. It's a little bit different because it's outside the norm of the ordinance requirement. The ordinance is very clear, crystal clear. You read the ordinance right now and it will tell you what is required. And what is required is that the outside lanes on the Peakway at this location are required to be built by the developer. Okay, whoever builds the first one in, builds. If you're on the inside of the Peakway and the outside lanes are already there, the requirement is to dedicate the right of way and pay the fee in lieu. That's a requirement in the ordinance. This is something that's being asked for outside of the ordinance, in direct conflict of what the ordinance tells us we're doing. That's why that's why it's a sticky point. This is the first time it's been asked for. Look around the Peakway. There's only one other location where there's more than 2 lanes, and that's at Walmart. And that's because the traffic requirements to get from Walmart to 55 for all the stacking. So we're looking at issues that are being asked for that are master subdivision or construction drawing issues. We're being asked tonight at zoning. And I apologize for not having the answers. If I knew those were the questions that you guys were going to ask, we probably would have had more detail for you guys, but we just didn't go that far.
But Mr. Roche, I will say that, I joke that not everybody knows you. Yes, you were here before this board often.
I know you guys.
Right. You know us. You're here before us often. Mr. Carpenter started with, everyone hears from Apex. You know the traffic situation.
Absolutely.
Charity, and I apologize, I missed your last name, started with traffic. Some of these are questions that you should have anticipated because you are before us often. So
I'll wait till you're done.
Right?
I know better.
So I just like careful about, if it would have come squeaky clean, it probably wouldn't have been this much discussion, right? But knowing that it wasn't squeaky clean, you kind of had to come in. And again, you're not from downtown Raleigh. You know it's here. You know it comes before here. You know what the concerns are. In fact, you've specifically come and looked at me when you've addressed concerns I'm going to bring.
Yep.
So you know what the concerns are of the community.
That's
you
right.
know traffic is concerned. You know these major areas. So again, feeling a little disconnected from
Ms. Sherman, let me ask you a really pointed question. What traffic concern bothers you here that we haven't addressed?
My concern here.
No, it's a very pointed question.
Right.
Which of the traffic conditions that we've agreed to
Yes.
are missing or do you think need to go farther? Regardless of the Peakway, keep the Peakway out of the conversation because that's a UDO requirement that we say, here's what the Peakway says.
And my concern is the Peakway.
Okay. For what?
As brought by staff, my concern is the Peakway, as brought by staff.
But your concern is not about capacity of the Peakway. Your concern is about getting it built not paying a fee in lieu that won't be enough to pay for it in
My
20
concern
years.
is all of that, right? I mean,
No, but building those through lanes, let me finish.
Okay.
I don't interrupt you, and you yelled at me one time for interrupting you. So my point is, adding the additional through lane on the Peakway over to Padstone provides zero capacity addition. And I'm going to turn to my traffic engineer and make sure he's shaking his head. We have improved the intersections at the Peakway and Tingen Road. We're putting a signal that could run anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000. We don't know. We're doing half a mile of improvements on Tingen Road. We're putting multi-use paths all over the place to follow the town's adopted plan. And I agree with all those. As a citizen of Apex that loves to walk around town, I will probably use those. So I agree with you. My point is, we're looking at a recommendation from staff for denial based on one item. And that one item is the fact that we can't commit to build something that we don't think can get approved. That's the only reason we haven't agreed to it. If those streams weren't there, this wouldn't even be a discussion. We would have agreed to build the Peakway from Tingen Road all the way to Padstone. But we do not believe we can build it. If Mr. Akers wants us to work with council, we're more than happy to come up with some condition with staff to make this work. The problem is, we don't see what that language is going to be yet.
Right.
We don't have it tonight, and to craft it tonight would be putting our land use attorney in a really bad spot with Ms. Hoey.
Which is why
So-
I'm saying let's go back. Understand that I'm still not going to agree with it because.
Understand.
Right.
Understand. But you understand our point.
But I'm trying to get to knowing that there's a potential it could be approved and sent to council. I'm trying to get to the best case scenario. And so I look to the board to say, where do we want to go? Because I feel like we've kind of beaten this dead horse.
And just so real quick, one last point. I think our comment is that we've heard your comments. We hear the recommendation from Mr. Akers looking for some type of condition on the Peakway. And we're okay moving forward, working on that language, whatever the board votes, to move forward to craft that language, because a delay here doesn't cost us a week or two. It costs us a month or a month and a half. So we're into a process now, and it's not a developer thing. We don't have to close in 30 days. But we believe that one issue of the Peakway can be worked out between now and the next council meeting. If it can't, you'll see us stand in front of council in 2 weeks and ask for a deferral. We need 30 days to finalize this language. And we've done it before. I've come to you guys and said exactly the same thing. I'll work on a condition. And then we come to council and we end up asking for a delay because we had some nuances with the attorneys. So that's all we're asking tonight is the flexibility to get to council and say, and staff and say, here's what we can agree to. Here's what we do, and we want to work with you guys to make it right. So that's all we're asking tonight. So I apologize.
I appreciate it.
I hope that wasn't too long-winded there.
God, you're good.
Thank you.
From a land use perspective, I like this plan. Yes, it changes density. But 10 years ago, going out of my neighborhood, the density changed when Salem Village was built. And I used to see a farm and now I don't. And it's great because I take my kids trick-or-treating in Salem Village every year. They have friends there, there all the time. It's a great place. It's a great area. I hear the concerns about Apex Peakway, and I agree with both sides. It's a tough position. But if I may make an observation, it does feel like this is, for a long time, this section of the Apex Peakway has been a neighborhood street. And there's going to be a shift in the next 3 years as the overpass is built, where this section of the Peakway is going to be functioning like the rest of the Peakway.
Like it was supposed to.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
it was designed to.
I acknowledge that's a big change for your neighborhood and the quality of life you have, but it is coming and it has been planned. So I just want to acknowledge that it is a big transportation project coming through what has felt like a neighborhood street for the past decade. So I get that. But with that said, I would make a motion to approve the transportation plan amendments, item number 2.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me say, the thoroughfare and collector street plan map and the bicycle and pedestrian system plan map of the transportation plan.
All right, we have a motion from Melissa. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, Ryan seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing?
Opposed.
So Ms. Sherman, and was there a second opposed for number 2? All right, so Ms. Sherman and Mr. Royal. All right, so item number 2, the thoroughfare Collector Street passes. We will need your write-ups. Do I now have a motion for item number 3, case 23 CZ 13, the Seymour Mixed Use PUD?
Make the motion, Mr. Akers.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a favorable motion for 13 CZ 23, but I've got to see condition in there, a rezoning condition. But I know that they can't craft it tonight, so it's going to be on a hope and a prayer that in the next 2 weeks that staff and the applicant can work together and get a resolution to make the South Salem Street frontage improvements along the entire frontage whole with this project, pending the Army Corps of Engineers can't in fact approve it.
You said South Salem Street, did you mean Peakway?
Peakway is what I meant. I said South Salem. I absolutely did say that, and that's not what I meant. Yes. And that's a lot of words. So I think I'm going to make a motion to approve per the staff report with the one recommendation that the applicant work with staff to resolve the Peakway fee in lieu versus full construction issue.
All right, so we have a motion from Mr. Akers to work with staff in regards to resolving the Apex Peakway language. And if I heard right, you have a second, Keith? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposing?
Opposed.
Opposed.
All right, Ms. Sherman, Stephen, no wait, you're not Stephen.
And I just want to name, Mr. Akers, I know you probably didn't mean this, but I have challenges with hope and prayers when it comes to this. I know you didn't mean it like that, but I just wanted to name that. We could have something to defend it. It doesn't have to be a hope and a prayer, and that's just not what we've chosen.
Sure.
Can we get a show of hands of who?
It was Tina, Daniel, and Tim.
Oh, there's more.
And me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah. So motion passes, is that accurate? 5-4. So 23 CZ 13 passes at a vote of 5-4 with additional language to be worked out with staff prior to going to council. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming out.
Thank you, Tina, and the people really listen the concern of the citizens.
All right.
I want to see the computer 1 hour.
Item number 4. Liz is going to talk to us about rezoning case 23 CZ 14 Salem Street Townhomes PUD.
Good evening. This is rezoning case 23 CZ 14 Salem Street Townhomes. This site is located within the Apex Peakway Loop. This rezoning contains 3 properties located on the north side of Salem Street, adjacent to Salem Creek Townhomes. The property is currently zoned medium density residential in the small town character overlay district. The applicant is proposing to change to plain unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the properties as medium high density and office employment. The proposed rezoning to plain unit development conditional zoning is consistent with the land use map designation. The site is 1.04 acres. 2 of the properties are currently vacant and 1 has a single family home on it. The applicant is proposing to build 8 townhomes, and the building placement on the layout is conceptual. A full list of the permitted uses and setbacks are listed on page 2 of the staff report. The proposed rezoning is in the small town character overlay district. Therefore, no RC or buffers are required per UDO section 6.3. Even though the project is not required to provide buffers, the applicant has provided a variable streetscape type A buffer along Salem Street, which to be consistent with the adjacent development, and an 8-foot planting area along the western property line. The PUD is not proposing direct access to Salem Street. The existing 5-foot sidewalk shall remain, and the PUD proposes a substreet to the west and connections to Topaz and Regents Lane. The developer will be required to provide a 60-foot right-of-way along Salem Street. The development plans to connect to town water, sewer, and electric services. The applicant is proposing the following elevations and a maximum building height of 37 feet. A full list of architectural conditions which are typical for townhomes are listed on page 3 of the staff report. This project was exempt from being reviewed by the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission, and a fee in lieu shall be required. This rezoning was also exempt from the Apex Environmental Advisory Board because the rezoning is in the small town character overlay district. The applicant conducted 2 neighborhood meetings, the first on May 30th and the second on October 18th of this past year. Planning staff does recommend approval because it will be consistent with because it will construct extensions of Topaz Lane and Regents Lane and provide a future stub to the western property line and maintain compatibility with the adjacent townhome development. The applicant is also here to answer any questions that you may have on this.
Liz, I have a question. You state that they're not going to access via Salem Street. How are they getting into this property?
Through Salem Creek Townhomes.
Stubbs Road, coming in the evening.
We did have, staff had several pre-apps with the applicant and transportation. The developer did initially want access on Salem Street, but that was discussed. There were multiple different, based on the size of the property, we did look at multiple layouts for it.
And how does garbage truck get down that narrow alley?
Russell's not here, but they did take that into consideration, the movement of the trucks.
And Topaz Lane is a full public street. It's not just accessed by alleys.
Okay. So
Yes.
It's not reloading on my laptop, so zooming in there is a little harder to see. Okay, thank you.
This is conceptual, but this would be a layout that was discussed.
Do we know if that amount of parking true to the actual plan? Because there's another packet that shows no parking there.
I will let the applicant, I'll let him come up and talk about parking.
So they are going to be required to connect to both Topaz Lane and Regents Lane, both, I would assume.
Correct.
Okay.
And provide a stub to the west.
Oh, and another stub, okay. Stubs everywhere.
At least it's not a cul-de-sac.
Yeah, that was true. Yeah.
Okay.
Was there a minimum or maximum, minimum distance from an adjacent stub? Or no, there are none? Along a main street?
No, typically the stub streets are required if there's access issues, so along a thoroughfare would be what's.
I'm sorry, say that again, please, Diane.
The stub streets are required to properties that are either landlocked or to provide access for development along a thoroughfare without having additional roads go to or driveways go to the thoroughfare.
Okay.
So you want your thoroughfares not to have a bunch of friction points.
Right. So do we have enough room for somebody to park their Expedition or pickup truck out there and still get emergency services through there?
So the driveway would be required to be 20 feet.
Right. So if I got my F-150 sitting out there or F-250, can an ambulance get by?
Yes. And
Okay. Any other questions for Liz?
How is stormwater getting handled?
so they are below 1 acre of development.
Okay. Parking spots here and there, and the frontage.
Assume the units will have driveways working
Okay.
based on the elevations.
Any other questions for Liz? Did the applicant care to speak?
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the planning board members for the opportunity to speak. My name is Scott Moore. I'm representing the applicant, who's Kevin Poitras, who's not able to be here this evening. Just to answer questions, these are full-size roads that we're conducting, and we don't have any on-street parking. So there's not going to be any SUVs parking along the area. So everybody will have their own individual driveway to park into. In fact, we've worked really well with the community here. They had concerns about additional parking, and through the renditions that we've had, that parking that is on the northeast side or the upper, we added additional parking in addition to what was required of us, as well as the mail kiosk. So the layout that's kind of presented to you this evening, we initially came in with a stub or with a road that went right on Salem. And what you see is kind of what staff said to us. We want all the connections to be made, and we want there to be a stub street on the west. So this is what we agreed to do. And really, this was for safety and maneuverability. Let me get to the overall, because there are two ways to get into this. One is through the main access here, but this also connects back to Brussels Drive. So we have this access. This is really, if we're putting together a puzzle, this is the last piece that we're kind of putting in, and it's allowing that access to the west. So if this gets developed, there's a stub street here. We'll have a stub street here as well. And I think this is a historic home, which is not going to be able to be developed, but we can do all of this and not have to have conflicts with additional driveways out on Salem, on South Salem. So really what you see is all the work with staff, and we appreciate the recommendation, and providing the extra parking is what we wanted to do for the neighbors that we're connecting up with. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'm gonna put my designer hat on.
Okay.
For the aesthetics of the new townhomes that are proposed, will it look similar to the existing townhomes?
Sure, it was a concern, and we will have aspects that have the appearance of 3-story, because these are 3-story. Ours are a little bit bigger and deeper, so we wouldn't be able to fit it correctly and make the roads work internally. So this will be different, and it's not going to look like the 3-story that they have. So but our builder is a custom builder, and this is what he's had success in doing, and this is kind of that last piece along to the edge, so that's how it's going to be.
So it'll be the last puzzle to this puzzle.
It'll be right here. That's
Another
right.
last puzzle piece to a different puzzle, right?
These come in, these connect. Our building will sit here, so it's kind of on that far southwest corner, and then it'll open up for, if this ever gets redevelopment as well, that'll come through, connect, and connect back up. We're kind of putting all the pieces together with a 1-acre site.
Speaking of puzzle pieces, are there like ongoing conversations with the current HOA of that neighborhood in terms of like integrating this with them?
Absolutely, and we're happy to do that. That requires
a vote of their association to be able to annex this property in. So we've already said at the annual meeting or at the neighborhood meetings that we're happy to be a part of their community. I think that makes the most sense. I mean, for everything to be together.
To go back to my earlier question.
Sure.
About the parking. Parking that was shown on that, that is true. That is what is, because there's just another one in our packet that has no parking right there. And I remember, I think there was like a neighborhood comment of somebody who was requesting there not be parking behind her unit. So
That was actually for here, and she did not want the parking that's to the northeast. And
is that required, that amount of parking?
so this is in response to the neighbors also. Other neighbors have saying, hey, we've got parking over here, you know, if you see it on their side. And one of their concerns is with what you propose, we don't want you to make our parking worse. So this is a direct response of, let's see how much more parking we can do. They have trees and buffers that are here, so we're not looking to get outside of that. So we'll try to preserve as much that as long this northern section as possible. But that was a concern of hers, but it was also another concern about the parking overall for the community. And this is the best path that we thought we could take.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. I'll open up the public comment section. Do we have anybody here to speak on this particular item?
I'll say good afternoon, but good evening now. I'll be quick. Brendan Fetters, 1614 Topaz Lane. I'm in the Salem Creek. I'm on the HOA, and I'd like to first say the applicant team has been so cooperative with our community. We've had at our first initial meeting, our community was really concerned because this was a potential major shift within our community. And we had over half of our homeowners come out to that meeting. We had about 40 people come out virtually and really speak to the concerns in our community about. It's unfortunate on our end, but Lennar, when they built our community, did not put enough parking spots in there. We have mostly single driveways and one-car garages, so parking is a constant issue, and we made it very clear as a community and working with the builders and the applicant that we could not absorb any of their parking. We do whatever they could to increase that parking, and they've done a great job with that. So I do want to give a shout out to that. I think we've been very transparent with them, and they have been with us too about the possibility of joining, and it was even mentioned earlier, joining our HOA. I'm definitely on board with having that partnership potentially, bring that up to a vote within our community, and just increasing that going forward. So that's all I had. I just wanted to bring that up, but I know these can go sideways sometimes when things like this happen. This is a really good success story, and I'm glad that we're able to have this conversation, have this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You and Mr. Zonko, is that right?
What's that?
Your last name?
Mr. Fetters.
Fetters.
Sorry.
Mr. Fetters.
I probably jumped out of order.
No worries.
That's okay.
No worries.
I'm a rule follower usually.
That's all right.
It's in my job.
Mr. Zonka. Nope. All right, Mr. Diaz? All right.
I hope coming in with a laptop doesn't mean I'm going to take longer than that. Yeah, we already have too much drama here. So I live on 1409 Luxor. That's the corner house, probably the most affected by this project. I'm right there in where the connector will be. And also my backyard will probably be gone. So I'm here to speak in behalf of myself, but also I'm a member of the HOA. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the excellent engagement from the builder and their staff. They've been extremely helpful. They never overheard or just pretended to not hear any of our concerns. They've been really patient. And again, the greenery on that dividing line between the parking spot is more of a self-inflicted wound from our own request of having more parking spaces. They are, with this current project, they're providing 3.2 more parking spaces per unit than our community has. Well, I mean, that's not It's not their problem. It's the problem of the company that built ours, right? But they're doing their part. They're going beyond their part to try to address us. So we appreciate that. I just wanted to let that be clear. But my only concern is really about the greenery between the two houses. We do have some older, mature trees. They're beautiful to look at. They have nests, birds constantly nest there. We had a hawk nest in there this winter, which was really cool to observe. So I understand like this is a balance of, our own interest versus our own interest. So I don't know how much can be done about that because we don't have a landscaping plan that would show in detail like where exactly each tree is. So, but we believe that we will continue to have this good relationship where we can discuss this kind of stuff as we move forward. So aside from that, my recommendation here is only that if possible, we already pitched that to the builder to do a joint HOA. So there's not going to be a separate instance there where we could have disagreements on many things, right? On the upkeep of the community, trash problems, dog problems, whatever, HOA problems. So my only recommendation would be that so we could keep our community a little more consistent. And aside from that, we would recommend this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Scott Moore is the applicant. You already spoke. All right, I'm gonna close the public comment section if there's no one else. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion of a possible motion.
So I'll say that I could see this property from like the back of my house because I live on 8th Street in Justice Heights, and I could see, this neighborhood. And I can also testify that on Regents Lane, there's a lot of cars that park on that end of the street because there's just no parking. So it's good to see that the neighborhood is in support of that parking plan and that parking is being added because I do think it's necessary. I mean, just walking through that neighborhood, you can see it's necessary. So I think it's a good plan. I think it's a puzzle piece, and I'm in support of it. It's my 2 cents.
Is that a motion?
I motion to approve 23 CZ 14.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
And I have a second from Tina. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing? All right, case 23 CZ 714 passes unanimously. Item number 5, Amanda's going to talk to us about a public hearing and possible motion regarding rezoning case 23 CZ 15 Apex amendments.
Okay, so this rezoning was actually before you and was approved in the spring of last year. And this is an amendment to add a couple areas primarily to add 2 planned commercial conditional zoning areas within the area. So this is at 751 and Highway 64. It's about 243 acres. Currently zoned all light industrial conditional zoning. And like I mentioned, the proposal is to change some of the zoning along the frontage of 64 and then north of 64, an area here to planned commercial conditional zoning. The request is consistent with the land use map on the south side of 64. And if the rezoning is approved, then the area plan for proposed for planned commercial would be changed to commercial services here on the north. So generally speaking, the rezoning remains consistent. The proposed uses in the light industrial conditional zoning section remain unchanged. The uses in the planned commercial section, I have a good map to show that. Sorry. There are a lot of uses that are similar, but new uses are more retail-oriented uses that are not allowed in the light industrial zoning district, such as grocery, pharmacy, hotel, just to name a few. About half of the uses, or maybe about 40% of the uses proposed in the planned commercial area are already allowed in the light industrial section. Most of the use conditions, as you can see in your staff report, remain unchanged from the current proposal. There is actually a little bit less retail area north of 64 than is currently allowed, a reduction from 5 to 3 acres, but we are seeing more area on the south side. Additional use conditions in the planned commercial area to address some concerns that staff had was for this area here in the triangle between New Hill Road and New Hill Olive Chapel Road across from Deer Creek and the Triangle Math and Science Academy. The uses gas and fuel and convenience store with gas cells would not be allowed in that area. In addition, there should be no more than 2 restaurant drive-through and 2 restaurant general uses in this triangular area. And one additional proposal that the applicant is making is to allow larger sign installations in the planned commercial areas here and generally here that will be taller and a little bit larger than normally allowed by the UDO, so that those can be identifiers for the project and have, being along Highway 64, staff felt that the request for additional height and area was justified. When the applicant met with the EAB, they did not make any additional recommendations from the environmental conditions that were already committed to in the initial rezoning, but the applicant did add 2 additional environmental conditions that you can see as conditions 19 and 20 in your staff report. The transportation conditions all remain consistent with what was approved. There were great commitments, as you may recall, including right-of-way dedication to DOT to accommodate a future interchange. These areas shown striped in red remain unchanged, and this does include a reworking of the intersection of New Hill Olive Chapel and New Hill Road, so that it won't tee in at this kind of V intersection anymore. It will be an improved intersection. No proposed changes to the transportation commitments for the internal network of public streets and signalization. Again, the primary changes are to the addition of the planned commercial zoning here and here with the signage locations in those areas. The restrictions on the location of manufacturing, those heavier industrial uses, and the increased buffer widths remain unchanged from the previous request. So planning staff is recommending approval of the rezoning with the conditions offered by the applicant. The land use map would change on the north side of 64 if the rezoning is to conditional commercial services for that planned commercial area on the north side of 64. But approval of the rezoning is reasonable in the public interest because there are only minor amendments to the existing zoning conditions. And the proposed planned commercial zoning districts will allow for a greater variety in the types of commercial uses allowed. That will be beneficial to the employees and users in the development, as well as the residential areas surrounding it. I did want to let you know that we did receive one email that you should have seen in the lots of emails that you received from Adriana Stiano. I may be pronouncing that wrong. So just that one public hearing email was received. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from Ms. Bunce?
Amanda, any commercial use along Highway 64 frontage, are there commercial frontage requirements where like parking would have to be located to the rear, or would it just be more like an out parcel use?
We do have the standard requirement that 50% of parking be located to the side or rear of buildings. And so, and there will be a 50-foot type A buffer along 64 required.
Any other questions for Amanda? The applicant care to speak?
Members of the planning board, my name is Gray Harrell with Beacon Partners. Amanda did a great job of summarizing everything, so I'll be extremely brief. Just to reiterate, we're only seeking to amend the approximately 22 acres outlined here in red to the planned commercial, and all of our initial environmental commitments, as well as the restrictions on the greater and light industrial, we are maintaining those. We're not seeking to change anything like that. And just to note, when we were going through the design and preliminary development for the Apex Gateway project, numerous community stakeholders as well as neighbors expressed the desire to have more retail-oriented development to the south of 64, and we believe this plan is more aligns with that. So with that, if y'all have any questions, again, I'm Gray. I'll be glad to answer them for you.
Anything of the applicant? No? All right. I'll open up the public comment section. Anyone here to discuss this particular item? No. All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a possible motion.
Well, I feel like I'm in deja vu because other than the piece north of US 64, I thought this was already zoned for commercial. So with, you know, my having a phantom memory that this was already done, I would make a motion to approve the rezoning request.
A motion from Melissa, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, all right, Steve, thank you. All in favor? Stephen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposing? All right, 23 CZ 15 passes unanimously. Item number 6, is a public hearing and possible motion regarding rezoning case 23 CZ 20 Sweetwater PUD amendments.
Okay.
Amanda.
I know you are all familiar with where Sweetwater is located.
Oh, yes.
This amendment is to the areas that are non-residential, which are all north of Core Banks, and this small triangular area, which was converted to non-residential recently, as you may recall. The proposed zoning and amendments to the PUD are consistent with the 2045 land use map. And there are 2 changes proposed. The applicant is proposing to reduce the amount of required office to 20,000 square feet, which will provide more flexibility in the types of non-residential uses that can be allowed, and proposing to increase the maximum height to 77 feet or 6 stories. This does not apply to the triangular area south of Core Banks, only to the areas north. And the primary reason for that is there's potential for a hotel user that desires additional height to make that project work. And staff is supportive of the hotel use would be beneficial to the retail uses that are going into the mixed use area of Sweetwater PUD. There's some synergy there between retail and food related uses and hotel. And so staff is supportive of both of these requests and recommend approval of the rezoning. The request is consistent with the land use map, and as I've stated, the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will allow increased building height to accommodate a potential hotel use and allow for more development, for the development to be have more commercial uses rather than just office. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. The applicant is here as well.
Any questions for Amanda?
I have a question. Does adding that 1 story, does that affect any adjacent properties or homeowners?
No, the area envisioned is basically generally in this area, and the parts of the development that are yet to be developed. As you can see, there's buildings under construction everywhere. So we only have this area and the area to the north, in addition to what's under construction on the west side of Richardson, but we have development plans in for a lot of this area already. So you can see the closest residential is down here. So we feel like, staff feels like the distance is far enough away that 1 additional floor of height will not be impactful.
I'm just thinking sky exposure plane.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for Amanda? The applicant care to speak?
Excuse me, I'm dealing with the aftermath of knee surgery.
We can hear you.
We can hear you from there.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just wanted to add that, you know, it has been our and our team's goal from day one to listen to Apex and to try to give them in Sweetwater what they wanted. And the mixed use element of projects has to be a little malleable because all the uses aren't right at the same time. The office thing is, the shoe is not even totally dropped yet. We hired Moss's firm because they were the best, we felt, at the local to experiment the office scenario. In 2 years, we got 1 tenant, and that was a dentist that wanted to go in our streetscape anyway. So we have already integrated over 20,000 feet, 21,000 feet or something of office use into those streetscapes out there. And the idea for the extra story is simply because I believe that my prospect has agreed to do around 15,000 feet of meeting space too. And that was something that when I first met with Joanna 4 or 5 years ago, she said, can you get us a nice hotel with a, and so what's envisioned there in that hotel site where the office building that wouldn't have been leased would be sitting there is a synergistic use that the top floor will have a certain portion of glass overlooking the real pretty water feature in the back and the event lawn and the stuff going on the other side. And then we'll have an open air piece of that also for a rooftop bar there. So I think a blind hog finds an acorn maybe, but because I do think this has worked out in a way that will really, really give so much more energy. I think there are many, many people in Apex whose parents live in other places that want to come visit them that live here. And Apex is really somewhat short of that particular offering.
Yes.
You know, a nice hotel, and while I can't commit to it right this moment, right now we're working with the Marriott Corporation for something really nice there. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Any public comment?
Nobody signed up.
All right, I'll close open and close the public comment. Bring it back to the board for discussion and a possible motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Go. All right,
I'd like to
Sarah.
make a motion to approve.
Sarah, do I have a second? All right, Tina is a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposing? All right, 23 CZ 20 passes unanimously. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion from Sarah and a second from Tina. All in favor? Aye.
Just so y'all know.
Motion adjourned.
4 minutes left to go. Michigan's up.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean I wasn't listening to the rest of the meeting.